Let me swap back my filter. I just don't remember what it was called. It was the Prada filter. There it is. Good old AFK Simulacrum. Keep hitting me, you fool! Haha! I am unbreakable! I very, very, very rarely press ratio. Right now, what you're seeing, I'm not pressing any buttons right now.
Raise shield I use on very specific bosses that one-shot you. How does this fare against Siphon? Mana Flask? It's fine. Mana for us is only a defensive layer. We have some damage taken from mana before life, so if we had no mana, it's not the end of the world for us, you know? Now, when you're doing mapping and you run with mana siphoning layers, you might want to swap to a real Mana Flask, but, like it's not a... Our mana is literally just a life pool for us with this build. He was casting too long. He wouldn't have killed me there. I would just have been sitting there for like 10 seconds waiting. But yeah, our mana... I mean, we do use mana whenever we're actually using our skills, which, if you wanted to speed this up, obviously, like, you could be, like, fighting with it, you know? Makes it safer, you kill the bosses instantly, but clearly, it doesn't speed it up too much. How about the Abyss Drain life mobs? I mean, that's one of the things that fucks Thorns no matter what. Any damage over a time effect fucks Thorns. Like, you have to be actively attacking and leeching them or being hit by them for Thorns to, like, out-heal those things. And then you run into scenarios where there's nothing to hit or you don't have Thorns procs, you die. That's always been Thorns' problem. Thorns' biggest problem has been damage over time ground effects and stuff like, and damage over times, like, there's just no solution for it. Nothing about Thorns has changed with that. Abyss stuff is on you, you gotta get out of it. The Abyss puddles or whatever. But I have it to where, you can see I'm getting Scavenge Plating stacks. I have it to where I can fully automate Scavenge Plating stacks. So I'm always at max Scavenge Plating stacks, and I'm not doing anything to do it. And Scavenge Plating is huge for me. As you can see, my Thorns is 37,000 top end right now. Depending on which element I got, it goes up or down. But yeah. Well, the beam, the Iron Man beam is actually fine for Thorns, because that will kill them. Like, they just die to that beam. So that one's fine for Thorns. It's the anti-heal ground puddle things that fuck Thorns. But those beams are fine for Thorns. They just instantly pop themselves on them. So here's mana siphoning right now. Really doesn't matter. I was hoping to see your Merc bleed. What do you mean, Merc bleed? They couldn't see me. I was line of sighted there or something. Didn't mean to pick up that quarterstaff. I don't care about that base. I mean, I might be doing a mercenary bleed build for the private league, so I'm thinking of doing a witch hunter, and I might do like a witch hunter bleed build with armor piercing rounds. So we'll see. I think the bosses will spawn here. Let's see if we can handle the bosses. Double buff spawns can be rough. But can we full AFK them? No boss spawn at all this wave, huh? Too casual to start over again. I mean, yeah, it's not for everybody. But private leagues are, like, the only people upset about the economy are sweats. So the private league is absolutely for the sweats who just want the fresh start. I'm doing it for league start practice, but, you know. I don't know if, like, private leagues are necessarily the most casual thing. It's a limited economy, you know. Will this be the Thorns build you try? Well, I have a mobalytics already set up for it if you do exclamation point build. It's not 100% done. Tonight, I'm going to make the final, like, video guide for it, and then I'm going to make the whole leveling guide done. But yeah, I've already got the mobalytics set up and whatnot. This is definitely the best Thorns character I've made. And I'm going to set up the leveling section to where it has the twink leveling section with the runes, and then I'm going to set it up to have one with the one that's like league start friendly. So there will be like a more league start budget friendly tab set up tonight. They're just not there yet. Alright, the boss is spawned up here, so we're going to sit on the top side. Hey, what's up, Fishy? We'll see if we can survive them spawning right on top of us. Getting close here. Nope, we're fine. Damn. We can just face tank that whole wave without helping at all. That was me pushing us 0 buttons. I didn't use my flask there. I didn't use any skills. I didn't Iron Ward, nothing. That was all Thorns. Build link, yeah. There's the mobalytics. It's not completely done, but I've got it mostly set up. Alright, I'm not pushing anything. If we die, we die. Here, I'm going to actually get myself closer to where the bosses spawn, because I want to be right underneath them when they spawn. Alright, this is the final wave of Simu 3. No hands. I'm not helping at all. No flask. The corrupted blood stacks definitely start hurting you. Oof! The corrupted blood stacks what got me there. I think I need a little bit more crit damage bonus or more damage, and those bosses would die there. So almost completely full AFK. I think I need more crit damage bonus, and they would die there. And we can definitely get more crit damage bonus. The corrupted blood was what killed me, though. The corrupted blood was what killed me. For full AFK. If you're attacking the whole time, it's, you know, the bloodbath. Hey, Hated Greatness. Thanks for the raid, bro. Hope you had a good New Year. Hope you had a good 0.4 so far. And obviously at that point, if you're doing full AFK, you might as well just, like, finish off the bosses, so... Wouldn't have died there if I would have just finished off the bosses with a single rapid assault, so... Almost full AFK, though. A little bit more crit bonus and I wouldn't have died there. Because they were both last hit, too. If they would have just gotten hit a little harder, they would have died. Hey, what's up, Dirk? Hope you're doing well. Good morning. Why not Oracle with 100% crit chance? Oracle sucks. The only reason I'm able to do this is because Shaman is so overpowered defensively. How is Thorns this league? It's about the same as before. Like, nothing in terms of, like, quality of life changed for it. Like, it's still got the same pain points that, like, certain mobs suck versus it. Like, certain bosses are a pain in the ass versus through it. Like, that's all still the same. But Shaman got, like... Shaman's just really good for Thorns, so Shaman itself is overpowered for Thorns, just in terms of tankiness, so... And then in terms of damage, too, because of the bonded runes. The bonded runes give us % increased Thorns damage, so by having, like, a billion tithings in, you're just juicing your damage by so much. So Shaman specifically has been the biggest level up for Thorns. It, like, leveled it up a whole, like, grade in terms of, like, power. But Thorns itself is the same, if not, like, nerfed for some other classes, you know? Because they removed the Thorn skin stacking, but Shaman makes up for that, and then Adaptation is insane, and then 120 free Spirit is insane. As you can see here, I'm using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Spirit Gems. I think in 2 of them, or at least 1 of them, I have Thorn skin. So I got 1 Thorn skin going, so yeah. Shaman's just, like, ended up being, like... essentially the perfect Thorns ascendancy. Like, if you were to league start Thorns and Shaman goes unnerfed, like, I'd be like, play Shaman 100%. There's so many ways to solve armor break now. I guess that's the biggest thing for Thorns, is we got better ways for armor break. Like, it's very, like, Warbringer does not feel required to me anymore. Like, it's still really good if it's your first time Thorns player, and it's still, like, Warbringer's one of the best Thorns builds right now still, but there's just so many ways to get armor break now. Like, they have the new Ferocious Roar Bear Shape Shift that lets you, your attacks armor break a flat amount. Iron Ward can armor break for you. And then in late game, as you can see, I have our armor break completely automated for Scavenge Plating. Like, Scavenge Plating's at max stacks. God damn it. You can see here, like, I'm not going to press anything, and you'll see me get Scavenge Plating's cats. See, there's 6 right there. There's 8. There's 10. The way it works is... Wood Dancer. So, what people... like, a lot of people don't realize this, but barbs... So, you can't modify your Thorns with support gems. But for some reason, Quill Burst can be modified with support gems. So, by putting Armor Break 3 and Quill Burst in Wind Dancer... you get armor break via Quill Burst via Wind Dancer. So I get hit, Wind Dancer procs, Quill Burst goes off, and as it hits enemies around it, that Quill Burst will break armor on people. So it's nice. Isolations are several divine right now, so every one of these is just big. So yeah, we got automated armor break that lets us the full AFK of this. Gonna give this a shot? Hell yeah, Tom. Thorns is fun. It's like, it's a rough league start. You know, it's got its friction points. Like, you're gonna die a lot with Thorns. Like, and there's just some, like, times, there's, like, certain mobs that literally never proc Thorns. Like, they just don't proc Thorns. And if you run into them and they're by themselves, sometimes you die to them. Like, there's some points where Thorns is, like, very dumb, but 99% of the time, it's just fun. It's just fun. Do you need a high-end spear? No, but you want to get a spear with, like, in the end game, you want to get a spear with % increased spirit reservation efficiency and gain damage as extra fire or gain damage as extra lightning. Like, this, like, getting a good spear for Thorns is very cheap, but you don't need a high DPS spear. You just need a spear with specific mod rolls on it. Because you can see here, my spear does 23 to 69 physical damage and 2 to 4 fire damage. It's a fucking paperweight. Like, it's a spoon in terms of damage, but... I'm using it because it's got insane modifiers. It's got 3 sockets on it. It's got the gain 18% of damage as either elemental, like fire or lightning is what you want. Ideally fire. And then you want the spirit reservation skills, which lets you use, like, look how many spirit gems I'm using. Getting that's, like, very cheap because you're getting a low DPS one, right? Like, this is literally the only build on the planet that uses a low DPS spear like that, so... And what is my spear level? 57, so it's not like I needed a level 77 spear or anything like that, you know. Hey, what up, Bill? What is up? As you can see, when you help, you know, the bosses die instantly. Like, I know this is like, I'm showcasing this as an AFK style right now. I have really good single target with this build. This is like the highest DPS I've ever had Thorns too, so... why I'm showcasing AFK is Thorns has never been able to AFK Simulacrum like this. Only Blood Barrier and Wind Dancer builds could really do it. So this is just like a huge win for Thorns survivability, but my damage is also just insane. 39,000 top end with a 330% crit damage bonus, 100% critical hit chance. Look at this boss just delete. Goodbye. Like, when you're actually using your skills, you know... You do insane damage. I mean, it depends on your gear. I would have to see your gear, Yarick. You should not be struggling in low-level maps with Thorns. Thorns is like one of the most powerful builds to just get to red maps with. You probably just didn't have enough armor or didn't have enough life. But Thorns is insanely overpowered to getting to, like, hard bosses, but it's like when you get to, like, tier 3 bosses and, like, juice 15 bosses, they should start one-shotting you, but... If you were dying on your Warbringer, you probably just needed either more armor, more resistances, or more life. Warbringers are actually really good at getting to an endgame with Thorns. I would have had to see your gear, though. Yeah, but how much, like, life did you have and stuff? What was were your resistance capped?
Nothing you do matters.
Nice, Vale. Yeah, you've been crafting like crazy. This is a good league for crafting. You think Thorns is good for Temple? So I was in a Juice Temple with a friend last night, and I was doing fine. Is it good for Temple? No, because in Temple you really want something that has like big AoE clear and can clear the room and around corners in seconds. So in that sense, is it good for it? No, it's like a slow melee build, but can it survive Juice Temples? Yeah, I was doing Juice Temples last night just fine. Damn, we got 2 isolations this run? ISOs are like 4 to 5 divs right now, aren't they? Let's go.
Do you not wonder what darkness
I was doing fine. Bro was sitting in the middle of the room without dying. I mean, yeah. And that was with 3 people, too, so... Yeah. I was doing fine in Juice Temples last night, so... and that was with horrible mods. That temple you did with us, Vayela, was the hardest temple we did by far that night. Like, every other temple was, like, completely death-free, just, like, super easy. Like, those mods were just wild on that temple. So yeah, I even like was living in a hard modifier temple last night, so this can definitely handle temple. It's just, you know, temple's got like you know how temple has like those rooms where there's these like pillars, right? And then there's like a mob like sitting around the pillar, not in like action. Like, you want builds that like are like spark, that can like hit things around corners and stuff, or you're like in the rooms forever. Like Thorns obviously can't do that, so in terms of like clear speed, it's not the best for temple, but it can survive it for sure. How is the price? I mean, to get to where I'm at, I've put a lot of currency into it, but most of that currency is in Utrazoman, which you don't actually need, and my Prism of Belief. So Thorns is, you know, usually pretty cheap to get going. Oh, am I dead? I'm not leeching at all. Damn. I think I need to swap Flask because the mana is what's killing me there. We can't run the full Lavianga Spirit because I just didn't have mana to leech. Or maybe I have too many points into damage taken from mana before life. Maybe I need to get rid of these 2 points and just take a little bit less damage before mana before life. And increase my DPS a bit. Let's try that. Because that was me dying to not being able to Rapid Assault there. And I was standing in fire, but... that was, we might need to swap Mana Flask, too. But I'm not sure yet. What's your hideout? It's very pretty. We did a hideout showcase contest. I don't have it linked right now. I need to have that as one of my, chat pins. Or chat things. We did a hideout showcase contest on our podcast. I do a podcast with Dead Rabbit and Miso Shiro, and this was one of the hideouts that was submitted to it. It's really cool. I don't think he's posted it online on any of the things, but I can get it linked someplace. But yeah, I really like this hideout. It's super cool. It's like got this like war, like. You got this like section down here that's like we're on the edge of a battlefront, but it's still like, it's very like cozy and small. Everything's like well structured. Like all of the stuff is like, you have the portal. It's like optimized for like being a sweat too. So like you have everything in like a very like easy to access section that matters. Like, but it's also just really well laid out. I'm sad because this guy didn't make the top 6. When he submitted the video, like, I'd have to go look at the video again, but I'm pretty sure he recorded it from his phone or something. Like, the quality was so dog shit that, like, you could barely see the hideout in the video. And whenever after the event ended, he sent me the hideout file, and when I loaded into it, I was like, oh my god, this is fucking amazing looking. He would have definitely made the top 6 if I had seen this, with this, you don't like Alba twice? He would have definitely made my top 6 for sure, if I would have seen it with a better quality, but yeah, it's a cool one. It's a cool one. Is the hideout contest happening again? Yes. I don't know when the next one is. When we did the last one, a lot of the hideout community wasn't super excited for it because of, like, the limitations of the PoE2 hideout stuff. But I think we're going to do a new one in 0.5 or 0.6. Hey, what's up, Jobber? I mean, yeah, we did a hideout contest on the podcast. It was like over $100 in prizes and Steam gift cards. It was really fun. I should be yapping while I'm in Simulacrum. All right. No more deaths. It's so funny because last night I died literally 0 times, AFKing this like 100 times, and now I've died twice in a row. I don't think we'll use that, but we're gonna take it just in case. Yeah, so like we did a hideout showcase contest, like it was like maybe 7 or 8 weeks ago, and like the main feedback I got from like PoE 1 hideout makers was just like a lot of the assets they've bought from PoE 1 still aren't usable in PoE 2. There's a limit on how many things you can put on the field and stuff. Some textures aren't working well, so they weren't super excited about it, but like, I guess just casuals who weren't like veterans of PoE 1 hideouts were like really into it. Like, we had a decent amount of submissions and we had some good hideouts show up. So we want to do another one. I actually had my Mobilytics contract meeting, like, not meeting, but like my contract talks this morning, and we brought up doing another hideout contest. So another hideout contest is definitely coming. Maybe at the start of 0.5. Yeah, I'm also waiting for all the deckers from PoE 1. That was basically, like, the vibe. Like, anytime we were trying to get that, like... Because I made a post in the Hideout community Discord, and, like, all of the veterans that were into it, like, were like... They started making hideouts for PoE 2, and they're like, I just can't get into this, man. Like, it just is so limiting. They're missing all their favorite assets and stuff, so... But we have other contests planned for the podcast. I'm trying to come up with, like, I did the pitch this morning for a build maker contest where, like, we do a challenge where it's like, who can do the craziest thing with Sorcery Ward or those Shankgon boots or something, like, and it's going to have prizes and something. So we got more contests coming for the podcast that aren't just hideouts, but we definitely want to do a lot more hideout podcast showcase contests. And there still could be one this league, technically, but I imagine we're going to do it at the start of 0.5 or 6. Thanks for hitting the highlighting the Whirling Assault. Whirling Assault's awesome, Clock. It is a very fun skill. I think it's one of the biggest wins of the patch. Yeah, that 4 Anoint helmet's awesome. Or necklace is awesome. I thought about messing around with that. How many times can you die in Simulacrum? In the hardest version, none. If you die once in the hardest version, you lose. In the easy version, you can die at, is it 6 times or infinite times? I don't know. And the medium version's 3. But if you die once in this version, it's over. I actually instinctively dodged rolled out of that. Just seeing it on the screen. I want to try and die to it, though. Oh, they're gone? Okay, never mind. I want to see if I can eat Chaos Seeds. I only have 65% Chaos Res, so I don't know if I can eat Chaos Seeds. I need to find out. Because if I make the video tomorrow and it's full AFKable or not, I need to know if it can eat the seeds. So one of the contests I want to do is like I want to do like a transmog contest. I don't know what the PoE 1 people call it. But in WoW we call them transmogs. My initial contest I pitched for the podcast, that I wanted to pitch for the podcast, was a like costume contest, transmog contest type things. But the execution on that would be really hard to do. We would either have to have people like record videos of their outfits and like have them talk about it, or we would have to like have people like queue up and like join our hideouts and like do it while do it live. Which, you know, we could do. I definitely want to do, like, we're probably going to do so many different silly contests on the podcast. Like, Mobilytics is very supportive, and, you know, They've even told me that, like, if I wanted to do, like, non-podcast events, they would be supportive of it, so... but right now, I kind of like using... Ooh, Divine. I like using the podcast... Ooh, Suffering. I like using the podcast as, like, a platform. You know, it's got a nice community. By the way, on one of my first tier 2 maps, the "You are possessed by the spirit of the cat" thing dropped. It sold for 1k div. Why is it so expensive? I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. Spirit of the cat? What was that? Spirit of the cat? What was this, a charm? What does this do? I don't even know what this does. Possessed by the spirit of the cat for 12 seconds on use. Used when you kill a rare or unique. Was it give you a bunch of movement speed? Is it just a bunch of move speed? Is that why it's good? Is that what cat does? Is move speed? It just sounds like it's going to be a permanent move speed buff. Just based off of cat. Which, if that's how it works, then of course that makes sense why it'd be overpowered. You'd just be constantly getting a permanent movement speed buff, but yeah. Movement speed? Okay, yeah. I mean, that makes sense why it's overpowered. I've never seen this. I've never seen this, so that's, you know, congrats on the drop, man. That's a big payout. Move speed plus skill speed plus evasion. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's awesome. No, of course. That's awesome. Move speed, skill speed, and evasion, yeah? I mean, that makes sense. That is a busted-ass charm. I've never seen that before. Usually things that are over 100 divine are out of my price range, so sometimes I'm unaware of them. I don't pay attention to the expensive meta that often. This is actually the first patch I've had divine to spend like this. But just because everywhere's printing divines, you know? As you can see, when you're actually helping and not full AFK, it just makes it like so much faster and easier. I'll showcase all content today on stream, by the way. We'll do mapping, we'll do all pinnacles. Is this the size you've always been? What do you mean? Are you talking about, like, stream viewership? Oh, AoE. I mean, Thorns doesn't do AoE. You know. Thorns is just, like, reflect. Like, the only AoE I have is, Iron Ward, so, you know. Thorns is just reflect damage, so it doesn't really have the best AoE. So, you know, you have to be hit to do damage. Like, Iron Ward is, like, some AoE. It's got, like, okay clear, but it takes a while to get charged up because of the Shaman stuff. It converts a lot of the physical damage you take to Elemental, so even, like, in Simulacrum, you know, it takes several hits. You're into Thorns or any AFK builds? I mean, I play a lot of builds, but... I mean, I got so many different styles of builds on my channel. Culling Strike projectile builds, Damn, we are printing isolations today. Let's go. Isolations are so many divines. I do a lot of 0-button builds. You should check out my tactician build, Flam. Here, let me show you my tactician builds. I don't just do AFK reflect builds. I do have like a bunch of like other types of like, you know, silly builds, but you should check out my supporting fire tactician build. A lot of strength, very... Shut up, cow. You might like this one. A lot of strength very early on. Yes, of supporting fire. You should check out that build, Flam. If you have currency for it, it's a 1-button build. It looks like a minion build. It's not a minion build. It is a artillery. It's an arrow raining down build that like cakes the screen in arrows. It is. I mean, if you like Thorns, PoE 2 Thorns is in a really good state, man. So you could also check out my current Thorns Shaman build. But you should check out that supporting fire tactician build. It is a very fun 1-button build if you like really chill styles. But Thorns is also great, man. Like if you have any budget, both of those builds are great. They are great fun. Oh, there's a person there. Well, some people, when they say Thorns, they just mean reflect styles in general, and there are some, like, damage taken reflect styles in PoE 1. Some people, when they say Thorns, they just mean universal reflect, like, type skills. Like, I see some people, they call cast when stun Thorns in PoE 1. There are some, like, you know... There are some builds that are Thorn-esque in PoE 1, and I see people call those Thorns. Cast one damage, check and technical stun. Yeah, I see people call those, Yeah, pretty much. See, that's exactly what, like, a lot of people will just call, generic Thorns, or just any damage taken style Thorns, because, like, not because of, like, PoE 1, but, like, other ARPGs have blurred that, term. Yeah, I see it happen all the time when, like, because I have so many different reflect builds in this game. I have Wind Dancer reflect, Arctic Armor reflect, you know, Magma Barrier reflect builds, you know, like, I've done so many different reflect styles, and, like, sometimes people will be like, hey, I love your recent Thorns build. It's like, I didn't do a Thorns build recently. And like, you know, your Arctic Armor build. I'm like, oh, okay. So, like, yeah, it's very common that you see, you know, any form of, like, take damage to deal damage style referred to as Thorns. Hey, thanks, Nats. Very fun build. It was a very fun build. I mean, yeah, like, Pox is like the GOAT, and RF builds are incredibly fun in PoE 1. Honestly, like, the supporting fire tactician is pretty close to that, because you're just literally running around, clicking a button, and then you cake a screen and a half away of arrows, so, like, that one's, like, super brain off like RF. Thorns is not super brain off, because in, like, it's not pure AFK. You actually want to be using skills a lot, because in PoE 2, they added the support gems Barbs and Quill Burst, that when you take damage, you get stacks of Barbs and Quill Burst, which loads your attacks with Thorns damage. So you can actually, like, do extra Thorns damage by weaving in an attack. So with Thorns, you actually end up, like, especially in the harder content, like, I've got to work in AFK Simulacrum mostly, but in, like, most content you are, like, you're not running through maps like this, like, killing stuff. Though you could do that with just Iron Ward. You're, like, going around with Rake, and it, like, it speeds up the process. So it's, like, almost like a hybrid attack Thorns. But of course, at this point, I've gotten it to where it can AFK Simulacrum. I mean, did you watch the video I just linked you, Flaminus? Of me killing tier 3 content with it and one-shotting everything in tier 16 maps? Wouldn't have linked the build to you if it did bad damage, my man. You got a stat stack with it. It scales off of strength. And people weren't really trying to do that. They were just rushing for minion stuff. You just do it minion scaling. But you got a stat stack with it. And then it does some serious damage. Not one-shotting boss damage, but, you know. It's definitely like RF tier. But if you're a Reflect guy, if you're a Thorns guy, then you should, and you haven't played PoE 2 Thorns, you should try PoE 2 Thorns. Like, if you're a Reflect guy, you should just play PoE 2 Thorns, because this, especially the Shaman version is just so good compared to any of the other ones we've had. Oh, you played Thorns on Warrior? Nice. It's the exact same playstyle then, you know. We're still doing Spear and Shield. The shapeshifts didn't end up being good for Thorns, unfortunately. Not Gigafar maps, play till tier 10s, gotcha, yeah. I mean, I get why a lot of people end up quitting Thorns at that point, because, like, you just start dealing with so many, like, annoying boss types and the mob types that, like, struggle with for Thorns. But Shaman has solved so many of the problems of Thorns, which is nice. Have you dropped the mirror with this build yet? No, I've never seen a mirror, period. I've also only been playing this character like 3 days. I've not played Thorns at all this season, really. I just decided to throw this character together and was like, yeah, sure, let's see how it does. And it ended up being way better than I thought. How does Shaman help with Thorns? So Thorns' biggest hurdle has always been survivability. This is a game with one-shots. Like, the game is designed to kill you. Some of these bosses are just straight up, they want you to get one shot. There's so many mechanics that are just like these red hits that are literally designed to kill the character if you get hit by them. It is very hard to get defenses that can tank those. The problem with Thorns is it has 2 low-level uniques required for it. You're required to use this level 16 helmet with no stats on it, and you're required to use these level 11 boots with no stats on them. It's just, it is incredibly difficult to get tanky enough with Thorns with those 2 unique slotted, while also keeping your damage. The Shaman Ascendancy has this. Well, everything in the Shaman, first of all, this is the first Thorns Ascendancy where every single passive point is S tier for the build. Every single one of these is perfect for Thorns, and, like, there's no, like, it's okay, or, like, in half of the Thorns Ascendancies, like, well, the last points don't fucking matter. 120 free Spirit. Thorns has always been a Spirit stacker, and as you can see here, I am using a lot of Spirit Gems to help with my damage and survivability. Charge Regulation and Berserk both increase my defenses a lot because my Rage increases my armor right now. Magma Barrier is a extra block chance, which gives me more block as well as more damage via offensive state or lay siege. Wind Dancer is used to automate armor break. Iron Ward is used for armor break as well as helping with AoE and mapping, as well as getting up Uruk Smelting. Elemental Conflux boosts our damage quite a bit since we have so much Elemental Thorns. So that 120 Spirit just pays out big time for this build. Also because we have Thorn Skin too, which is 70% more Thorns damage. The 120 Spirit is just S tier for this build. Wisdom of the Magi, the Bonded Runes is freaking insane. In the campaign, at level like 30-something, I had over 10,000 Thorns damage, and it's because I was leveling with Runes of Tithing, and the Bonded Rune gives you 15% increased Thorns damage per each of them. In a leveling set, you can get 10 plus of these. So your Thorns damage is insanely stacked. Like, I have 37,000 top-end Thorns damage, with Scavenge Plating right now, no Shrine. Like, that is the highest I've ever had Thorns damage with no Shrine. With Shrine, I'm pushing 100,000 Thorns damage. Like, these two alone are just so fucking huge for Thorns. But the biggest win for Shaman Thorns, I can't add Thornskin 1, but I have 1 Spirit right now. I'm at Spirit Cap Vela, or I would. But the biggest win for Thorns is this survivability stuff here. The adaptation stuff is just absolutely cracked. It is such a defensive layer. Like, it makes you so fucking unkillable. Thorns has never been this tanky while also having this much damage. Usually, like with my Thorns builds, like I had the Matsya Trinity Thorns Tactician that had insane DPS. It had damage similar to this one, but it was glass cannon as fuck. And then the other Thorns builds, you have to lean so heavily into tankiness that you end up with like 10,000 to 15,000 Thorns damage, like less than half of what I've got. And while I have 33,000 top-end Thorns damage right now, I also have 100% critical hit chance and 365% crit damage bonus. You're usually not able to get that much investment into your crit because you're having to put so much into defensive stuff. You're getting stuff here, you're getting more armor stuff here, you're getting more armor stuff here. But I am able to dump so much into crit damage bonus and crit stuff right now because of how tanky Avatar of Evolution has made me. So it's like, Shaman just ended up being perfectly aligned for Thorns. What order would you prioritize? I went with Wisdom of the Magi first. It just like quadrupled my damage in the campaign. And then I went with Sacred Flow. Just because I happen to have the Thornskin 1 and Thornskin 2, and I'm gonna have a full leveling guide in the Mobilytics setup tonight. The Mobilytics is like 95% done. If you type ! Build in chat, it'll link the Mobilytics, by the way. But I would do these two first. Like, Thorns is so tanky with enough leech. When you have 10,000 Thorns damage as leech, you're not going to die unless it's to anything one-shot. So I didn't need Reactive Growth and Avatar of Evolution at any point until I was deep into endgame. I went with Wisdom of the Magi first, then Sacred Flow, and then the defensive stuff. But if you're, like, dying a lot or, you know, on a league start, this is not as good, right? Because starting with Wisdom of the Magi is only worth it if you have Greater Runes of Tithing. Right? If you're leveling a league start that you don't have access to these day one, you're not going to start with Wisdom of the Magi because the Bonded Runes won't buff you. You'd probably start with, like, you know, just defensive stuff. I don't have a link to the private league, but let me get it, a command for the private league. Let me get it pinned in the chat, though. Let me get it pinned in the chat. There. Private league is pinned in the chat. I do not know what I will be league starting in the private league. Probably not Thorns, but I am probably going to be submitting a bounty for the league. It's okay. I've got ADHD, JP, so, you know, I just follow the stream of consciousness. But yeah, there might be a Thorns bounty being added to the private league. So if anyone's wanting to play Thorns in the private league, there might be a, you know, Steam gift card bounty set up by the time it goes live. But yeah, Shaman just ended up being a grand slam. The position is great for the build. You get easy access to Guardian of the Wilds, which is 10% increased damage and gain 5% of damage to extra random elements. You also get access to Resilient Soul, excuse me, which is damage taken recouped as life. I could also take these endurance charge nodes probably, which would give me more armor, and then, like, you're already in the Thorn section already. So Druid just ended up being a perfect start, and then the entire Ascendancy just ended up being a complete banger for the build. Like, it's the most damage I've ever had with Thorns and the tankiest I've been with Thorns, which is just, it's really awesome. Wasn't there an update to disable game pause while in the passive screen? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Curve? But yeah, I will be playing in the private league. To talk about the private league, there's a second win private league going on. It is hosted by Mobilytics, Alcohol, Talkative Try, Dead Rabbit, and Guitar Holic. I know most people are probably like, you know, ready to move on or take a break before PoE 1, but for those of you that just like doing fresh starts or want to go into the a new economy, it's gonna be a lot of fun. It's already got almost 10,000 signups, which is crazy. So it's gonna have people to trade with. I don't know what I'm gonna be playing in it. I might be trying something new. Knowing me, I'll probably try something weird. But yeah. Hell yeah, Curve. How do you trade in a private league? The trade website works. The trade, when you join the private league, you will see, like, there will be on the trade website and, like, in the trade in-game systems and stuff, they all work in private leagues. Waiting patiently for the hardcore second win. Yeah, we just see. I'm down to start doing hardcore. It's just, this game's still just a little too visually hard to see for me. I still have too many moments where I go, what killed me? Because I couldn't see what underneath me before I'd want to, like, do some hardcore stuff. Can this build kill pinnacles, or will it struggle with this? Build kills everything. This build kills everything. You can't face tank everything. Like, pinnacle bosses, certain attacks, like, Shaman Ra's, like, heavy slam or something, if he's, like, in a Waystone 15 with, like, all gain damage modifiers, like, he'll one-shot you still if you're, like, being stupid as fuck, right? Like, if you're doing the hardest possible Waystones with the most ridiculous modifiers, and you eat a Citadel boss slam, that can still one-shot you, but as long as you're not being silly, this can kill Uber Arbiter, every pinnacle. I'll show mapping and stuff. I'll show all the content today. But the main reason I got this character online is because I wanted an AFK Simulacrum build. And yeah, I also do crash a lot. Like, I'm surprised my PC hasn't shut off yet playing the Simulacrum. That's another reason why my computer is just not good enough for it. I need another isolation. Yep, Shackies. That's one way to put it. Thorns ain't that good, Twice. No, Thorns is definitely overhyped. Listen, I didn't play Thorns until my 9th character this league for a reason. You know, I've done so many builds before Thorns this league for a reason. Where's the isolations? Yep, level 96 though, this character feels just so good. Just a little bit under the Chaos res cap, but otherwise, I'm really happy with where the character's at. I also wish this shield, so shield can get a modifier that is percent of armor applies to Chaos damage. That is the biggest thing I would want to change about this build is just if I had that modifier, I would feel way happier with dealing with Chaos damage. I just haven't found a shield that fits the build for me with that mod. Without, like, giving up too much armor or too much defenses. Or, Thorns damage. But this is the only thing I would change about the build. Every other piece I really like. But I would love to have that armor applies to Chaos. What's your body armor? It's a Brass Dome. Brass Dome with 3 sockets, -1 to all elemental res, and then 3,500 armor. Brass Dome is just, it's really good because you take no, like, it essentially negates the effect of crits because you take no extra damage from critical hits, which is just a huge defensive layer for Thorns. You never have to worry about doing any investment into reducing crits. And it's just also just a high amount of armor. We have this passive here, Revenge, which we gain physical Thorns damage from our body armor. And then we also have Sturdy Metal, which gives us more armor from our body armor. A majority of our armor comes from our body armor. Because of Thorns suffers from the... Thorns suffers from the fact that it has to use these 2 uniques, so we just have to make up for as much armor as we possibly can, and that's where we use the body armor from. I'm pretty sure every Thorns build since 0.3 has used Brass Dome. It's hard to even have like a perfectly crafted rare chest compare with a budget Brass Dome. And what's funny is it was best in slot for Thorns body armors in 0.30, and they buffed it in 0.4. So now, like, not just Thorns builds are using it, which is cool. Really good body armor. That was a L of a run. We did not get good loot there. Look how many simulacrums we can do, though. If we're already at 3 ISOs, like, hell yeah. Oh, that would be sick, Misha. That would be sick, Double Corrupt. What happened to the other one? What's the other one? Do you mean my Thornsmith Katava? Or a different build altogether. So, I don't know, Jobber. That, like, it's literally what I request for Thorns every patch. And what's cool about if they ever did that, Jobber, I don't know what they're called, but they added the new jewel. That is like, they're jewels that are essentially those keystones. So, if they ever added Thorns, as one of those, then we could actually get it as a jewel instead, too. So we wouldn't even have to path to it. So it'd just be like, it'd be such a big win, because builds on the other side of the tree could start playing Thorns easily. Without having to need the helmet. I mean, what happened to your Tactician build? I mean, I'm on to the next one. I suffer from what's called build fever. When I finish a build, I don't really like to sit on it. It's time for the next idea, you know? But no, the Tactician's done. It was great. It was a lot of fun. Like, I want to keep playing it, honestly. It might be my league starter in 0.5. How much rarity do you have at the moment? Not much. Probably none. Like, maybe like 15 or 20. 10. You could squeeze in rarity with this build for sure. You could get rarity on your rings and neck really easily. But no, I still love it. Yeah, the Tactician build's just done, you know? I've got the full mobile licks posted and everything, so. But nope, I just churn through builds. This is like my 8th build of the league now. Would you ever make a Jhin build? Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised I haven't made one yet. It's just every time I look at them, I just don't get inspired. I need to, like, one day I'll look at it and go, oh, this is the build I want to do a Jhin build on. Like, I wanted to do the Beatles, but the Beatles they don't seem that good. I mean, 7.7k ES is pretty good if you're doing armor ES. You need a really good budget if you want to get, like, to 10k ES with armor ES.
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
Are you hitting 250k tooltip DPS using biting 2 or 3? Biting 2 or 3, I mean. If you're hitting 250k toolkit DPS with biting 2, that's not good. You just might need more gem levels. It's definitely an expensive build. I spent a lot on that build too. Hey, another ISO. Holy crap. We are doing good on ISOs. You say Shaman is better for Thorns than other characters? Yes. I think Shaman's the best Thorns character we've got by far. By far. If I had like a bigger budget, this character would be insane. But this is like a cheap budget. Which build will you week start on the second one, Private League? I'm thinking of doing, of revisiting the Bullet Storm Witch Hunter in some way. I'm not sure. I don't have a chat command for the Private League. I didn't set one up, but I have it pinned at the top to join up for it. I'm a noob streamer. Yeah, like the Bonded Rude things is just such a DPS increase that, like, it's so crazy. But everything else about it, it just fits perfectly, like. Like, look at that damage, how fast I burst those bosses down. That's like, while also being this tanky, it's just, Shaman is so damn good. Fingers crossed it doesn't get nerfed, but everyone talks about how adaptation's overpowered, so we'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm playing for the Private League yet. Cause like part of me, like I've never done a Private League that I've like taken seriously. I don't know what the economy is going to be like. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do, like, off-meta stuff at all. So, like, part of me is like, do I just need to do, like, something that's, like, not safe, but, like, semi-safe? Because if I go in with, like, trying, like, a build I know works. Because, like, I go in and try and do something new, and then I'm not able to trade for the gear I want. You know, that's a waste of, the Private League. How much armor do you have? Let me tell you whenever we're at max scavenge plating stacks. 34,000 right now. but it does go up depending on if I've consumed an endurance charge or not. I think I've seen it go up to 40,000. And then I have 10% of physical damage taken as fire, 5% as cold, 5% as lightning. And then, yeah. I have, like, the other defensive layer is 2,600 life. I've got damage taken from mana before life. And then, I have... I'm using the Time Lost Undying Hate of Amanamu, which gives you Sacrifice of Flesh. So I know, like, on paper, like, 40,000 armor isn't a lot, but because of all the other defensive layers merged with it, add on the fact that I'm doing, like, 100,000 damage with Thorns on each hit, that's all leeching. 100% of Thorns damage is, or 10% of Thorns damage leeches life, so it's like, you know, I'm instantly full healing myself with basically every Thorns hit. It is pretty hard to die. Thorns' weakness is damage over time effects. All of my deaths today on stream have been to dots. So it was Corrupted Blood the first time, and it was Ignite the second time, and that was because I wasn't leeching when I died. That is the bane of Thorns, is damage over time effects. And because I'm running Shaman with no charms, you know, I don't have the Ignite charm. There was nothing I was going to do about that Corrupted Blood by full AFKing that one, though. Do you have any Mana Leech? Nope. No Mana Leech. We just run Laviangas. Mana's not really a problem. Laviangas handles all. See how I'm, like, getting mana back? That's just Laviangas. This is Laviangas. Laviangas just constantly refills your mana. Just a permanent effect. There's up, Tom. Yeah, I multi-stream on YouTube and Twitch. I just stream on whichever platform. You know, if you want to watch on YouTube, you watch on YouTube. If you want to watch on Twitch, you watch on Twitch. What is my anoint set to right now? Third Seeker, yeah. It's just more damage. You know, you could swap the anoint for anything. It's not that important. I mean, it's important in the sense that it's 60% crit damage bonus, but because I have this, I also have extra points in to get these extra critical hit chance stuff, so I make sure I'm back up to 100% critical hit chance. So, like, you could swap this anoint, and, like, it would be fine. You would save passive points, you know. You know. I don't know what the sources of Corrupted Blood immunity are in PoE 2. I know PoE 1 has a lot of ways you get Corrupted Blood immunity in that game. I don't know in PoE 1. I've never really had to solve Corrupted Blood for PoE 2 before. Today's, like, literally the first time I've ever died to Corrupted Blood, I think. Or at least this patch. But yeah, you definitely don't need Cook Anointed. This is just me trying to maximize damage. Sanguine Tolerance node in the top left. Sanguine Tolerance. That's not it. Is this it? Immune to Corrupted Blood. Reduce for... Oh, that's pretty good. So yeah, like, maybe if you wanted... Like, if you were doing this specifically to full AFK... Simulacrum 3... Maybe I'll have to update this for the Simulacrum 3 tab. Like, if you're doing a full AFK Simulacrum 3 and you didn't want to risk dying to the Axe Boy or the one of the bosses with the Corrupted Blood, you would anoint this over Cooked. Because, honestly, like, Cooked is just for the extra damage. But, again, because I put points into Throat Seeker, or excuse me, not Cooked, Throat Seeker, I did need to get these extra points in the critical hit chance, and then these extra points in the critical hit chance. So you ended up... having to invest more into crit hit chance, so maybe that's actually what I do. I don't want to do a regular jewel. I don't have a slot for regular jewels right now. I only have 4 jewels. I've got the Scavenge Plating for Prism of Belief. I've got a Heart of the Well right now with 2 sources of gain damage and then crit hit chance. I've got the From Nothing for Resonance, and then I've got the Amanamu's Undying Hate. And if I were to change this jewel out, it would be for a Time Loss Ruby. So, like, Yeah. I think if you were to do a full AFK Simulacrum, you maybe anoint that. Because it's this guy right here. Kosis. He does an axe throw. I'll try and show it on screen real quick. Oh, I stunned him with that. He's not doing it. No! Alright, he's being a butt. Well, he does like the spinning axe attack. That like it flies out and it does a spin. It's the red one and it'll put stacks of corrupted blood on you. That is like the only thing that really kills me here. Is if like when you're full AFKing. When you're full AFKing, the corrupted blood can kill you sometimes. So if you're wanting a full AFK setup, you would anoint this, which it's not an awful idea. Is Shaman better than Katana for Thorns? Yeah, Shaman's the best. How do you generate endurance charges? I have Armor Break 3 in Wind Dancer. Wind Dancer is proccing Quill Burst, which procs Armor Break 3, which has a chance to get me an endurance charge. Can you post your loot filter? If you look up Prada on YouTube, his name is 727 Prada on YouTube. I'm using his loot filter. I don't know how I would link to it. But he has a YouTube for low rarity farming. A YouTube video for low rarity farming. I'm just using the loot filter from that one. I need to get up chat commands for that stuff at some point. Okay, so that's the Corrupted Blood attack right there. You see how I'm at like 6 stacks of Corrupted Blood right now? 8 stacks of Corrupted Blood? Those are the moments where it's like, it's hard to full AFK through, but even then you saw me not really die. It's just like if there was, like, if he is the only guy up, and then you have Corrupted Blood, because you're not Thorns leeching, you will die. So like if I was to get those stacks of Corrupted Blood and you're like trying to full AFK at this point, you would slowly tick down. So like right now, this is where Corrupted Blood is scary. This is where you're only at risk for dying versus him, is when he's the only one left putting Corrupted Blood on you. You're not Thorns leeching from the targets around you, so yeah. Yeah. I think that would be the play. If you wanted I'll update the Mobalytics, the tab 727 or 787. Sorry, not 727. Sorry. If you wanted to use a fully AFK version of this build, you would swap for this probably. Nice, Vayela. And yeah, if you don't want a full AFK, you can just help, and it speeds it up quite a bit. Alright, let's get an isolation on the final wave. And we have Prada on the podcast tomorrow, by the way. Tomorrow we are doing the podcast with Prada. And then this Monday we're doing the podcast with Rax. We got like 2 back-to-back really high podcasts. Hey, what's up, Arthur? How you doing? Ooh, we got a diamond! First diamond of the stream! What are these? Fortifying blood? Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Where's that on the tree? Is that near me? Is that this? Oh, that's too far. I was about to say, that's not fucking bad for this build. which would be 40% increased armor, but too far. And then True Strike. Ooh. I wonder if that's worth something. Probably not. Maybe a handful of divine. So there's none on the market with... So True Strike is selling for 15 divine, and Fortifying Blood is selling for 3 divine. So we at least got a 15 divine Megla here. Not bad. We'll see if it sells. Might need to lower it to like 10 or 12, but... so the isolations alone have like probably made back what I spent on the splinters. Let's see here. I want exalted orbs. I have 4 isolations. Whoo! Let's go. Oh, that's a beefy. And we still got so many more to do. We have so many more to do. Wow. Nice. Alright, let's do our first inventory dump. Wow, we still have so many splinters to do. I'm gonna be rich by the end of the stream if this loot drops keep up. Hell yeah for AFK Simulacrum builds. Alright. Yeah, it's a very good farm. Simulacrum is very worth it. Oh, don't worry, Crazy. I'm doing good on gold last night. Or right now. Last night I did temple runs with Proper Panda. And the temple prints gold. It's kind of stupid. But the good news is I found out this build is tanky enough for insanely juiced temples. So if you are a temple player and wanted to do a hard temple for Thorns, it can live in it. But yeah, I'm good on gold now, Crazy. I was actually at like 20,000 gold last night, and then just like I'd even like go into the temple like for gold, and I came out with 35 million. So I get recovery right there. You can see my regen there when I'm leeching. Well, I don't know if that's leech, actually. That might just be my recoup from damage taken, so I don't think this impacts leech. I think that's just from, I'm not sure, actually. I don't know what that is. That might just be my damage taken recouped as life. But I don't know. That could be leech, too. Oh, that's from my, Amamanamu's Tithe. I've got Sacrifice of Blood. That's Sacrifice of Blood. If you're talking about, like, the unfilled stuff here, that's from this keystone, Sacrifice of Blood, with the Amanamu's Tithe. I did the Spirit, the Charms, or the Idol, the Bonded Runes, and then I did Adaptation. What's my Thorns damage? 35,000 with Scavenge Plating. Come at me! Who do you think you are, little man?
This is only the beginning.
I'm using Rage, but it's not for the way you would expect it would. I'm just using Rage to scale armor. You think Thorns and Bleeds can work together? Yeah, people have done. I've done Thorns Bleeds build before, but depends on what you mean by work. Doesn't work as well as this. Will it work to like tier 15 maps? Sure. How do you proc Armor Break with just Retaliation? Wind Dancer. In Wind Dancer, I have Quill Burst. Quill Burst benefits from Armor Break 3. So my Wind Dancer hits, and then my Wind Dancer procs Quill Burst, which hits other enemies, which will break their armor. Correct. You don't get damage from Rage, but I'm doing it for the armor scaling.
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
Well, I needed to automate Armor Break. And that was a really easy way to do it, so now we have Wind Dancer with Quill Burst with Armor Break 3. And now we have fully automated Scavenge Plating stacks. Yep, I hate that. I do the same too. I like to play Simulacrum with my controller, but the controller targeting in here is so bad for clicking stuff. Like, sometimes I'll leave it for the hideout, sometimes I'll click the stash. It's just like, bitch, I'm trying to click the thing. I would be playing my controller right now if it wasn't for how annoying the UI was to interact with in Simulacrum. But you can see, even with, like, the Siphon Mana minions, like, I am more than fine versus them. Boop.
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of me?
If you end up playing the build, though, favorite it on Mobilytics. It helps. It helps me. It doesn't help, like it helps me know if you like the build or not. Like, every league I look at, like, back on how many favorites all my builds got, and that's what I use as my, like, barometer of how much people are enjoying it and playing it. Because sometimes I'll make a video and it gets a lot of views, but not many people play the build because the build's, like, a novelty, you know? Like, they just want to look at it and have fun with it. Like, vicariously through you. But, like, based off, like, how many favorites my tactician build's getting, that one, like, I can tell that, like, people are actually enjoying playing it. I mean, you don't want to do bleed Thorns in general, because so much of your Thorns damage comes from elemental damage, so... Bleed Thorns works to an extent on any Ascendancy. It's just, you know, you shouldn't be playing Bleed Thorns if you're, like, you know, min-maxing. So much of your damage is, like, Lightning Thorns, so much of your damage is Fire Thorns. So it's just like, yeah, you're doing Bleed Thorns, but you're either going to be gimping yourself by never committing to elemental damage, or you're going to be gimping your bleed by having, you know, 2/3 of your damage being elemental. Like, look at my physical Thorns damage, you know? It's less than half of my Thorns damage. So if, like, I was bleeding with that, you know, half of my Thorns damage wouldn't be contributing to bleed, so... And if you were to commit to bleed, you're giving up so much elemental Thorns damage that it does not even come close to making up the damage. I mean, yeah, essentially. There's only really one way to play Thorns, unfortunately. When you have these off-meta builds, you can't really have, like, off-meta styles of off-meta builds, because they just end up being, you know, novelties. But yeah, Thorns Bleeds is fine. Like, if you go look back from 0.2, I did a Bleed Thorns Ritualist. It was a very popular build of the league. It did fine with Herald of Blood. It helped with the clear, but, you know, there's better ways to clear now, and again, look how much damage I have that's not physical Thorns. So, would Bleed Thorns work on a Blood Mage? I mean, in general, the top half of the tree is not good for Thorns right now, so... You can do any Thorns build on any character to tier 15 maps. Thorns is OP enough with Leech that you can do it any way you want. But when you're talking about optimizing for this... Oh, can I eat the Chaos Seeds? Oh, I can eat the Chaos Seeds. Those did nothing to me. If they went off. The rare might have killed itself before they went off. I'm not sure. Oh, we're getting a bit hairy here. Are we going to survive the full AFK? Oh, this invuln guy keeping everyone alive? I was like, why isn't anything dying? I would have lived through that for sure. They weren't doing enough damage to me. It got spicy there for a second. What about Wolfthorn? Literally any single version of Thorns will work. But if you want to play it optimally, you're going to be playing Spear and Shield. Like, Wolfthorn, like, Shapeshift Thorns is good until tier 15 maps, but how are you going to survive tier 3 bosses without a shield, right? Like, is the same problem we ran into with the Quarterstaff Thorns from 0.3. Like, it does damage, but this is a playstyle where you have to take damage to deal damage. And you know what helps with that? Having a shield. So, it's just like, there are all these fun offshoots for Thorns. So you got Shapeshift Thorns, you've got Quarterstaff Thorns. But you have Mace Thorns, but nothing like Rapid Assault combined with a shield is the best DPS and the best tankiness you'll get. Period. Like, can you do a Shapeshift Bear Thorns? For sure. Absolutely. But your DPS is just going to be so much lower. The problem with the Shapeshifts is their strikes. You can only put barbs into strikes, and all of the strikes for Shapeshifts are really bad. You're basically forced to use Wolf Auto Attack as your only strike. Which is okay, but it's not near as good as Rapid Assault. And then again, you're going to be in Wolf form, which doesn't give you the armor bonus from Bear form. The Bear form strike is super slow, so you're not doing good DPS at all in Bear form. And then again, you don't have a shield. Shields aren't just damage or armor. They can get physical damage reduction on them, and they have a bunch of flat thorns on them, so... I promise you, if you wanted to do some silly Thorns build, you could clear 95% of the game with it, but if you want to do what this is doing, you can't do it in, like, Shapeshift. You're not doing it, you know, with weird builds. With weird Thorn styles. Like, it's... Even this version with a shield, I can still die. So, how are you going to justify not playing with the shield, you know? Oh, we got 10 stacks of Corrupted Blood there. Woo, that was scary. We still survived, though. Yeah, if you wanted a full AFK, you would definitely get the Corrupted Blood Amulet. No, there's no Shapeshift skill that's better than Rapid Assault and stuff. Do you usually get the life on block nodes? No, the life on block nodes suck. The only healing you need is Leech. You leech off of 10% of your Thorns damage, and your Thorns is hitting for, you know, 37,000, but it's critting with a 365% bonus, so the only healing you need is Leech. That was a weak run. I don't think we got a single tink that run.
Chaos. You shall serve me whether you
Can't you run a talisman that has block chance? It's not the same though. Like the shield isn't about the block chance. Like block is not what makes the shield important. What makes the shield important is all the stats you get from it. Resistances, physical damage reduction, convert to armor, and then the Thorns damage, plus 2 additional sockets. Like, with the spear and shield, you have 5 sockets right here. With a talisman, you get, what, 2 or 3? And the talisman, like, is going to have such a smaller block ratio. It's like... Trust. Shapeshifts are bait. Or it's not bait. Like, you'll have fun with them. You'll get certain far, but, like, is it gonna be fun? Sure. Is it gonna be as good as this? No. Not even close. Unfortunately. Believe me, I would be playing Shapeshift Thorns if it was, like, worth it. And you use Shapeshifts while leveling. You use the Armor Break Roar. It's really nice. No. I have a Thorns damage enchant corruption right now. No physical damage reduction. Tried to get one with a physical damage corruption on it, but this one's pretty good. It's got a high Thorns damage enchant. It's got the 1% to all elemental reds. It's got a high armor base, so this one's pretty damn good. Again, there's more than the numbers from the bear, like from the shield. You're getting the extra sockets for tithings. You're getting the flat physical Thorns damage. You're getting resistances on it. Like, bear does not balance out even close. And then again, the biggest problem with bear is the strike you use for it is 1 attack every 1.5 seconds. Like, it is awful. Like, there's no world where you're playing bear Thorns and you're even coming close to what this is. Like, there's nothing. Nothing you're doing. Sure, will you be able to tank tier 3 Zetch with a bear Thorns? Yes. It's gonna take you 6 minutes to kill him too. Like, there's no world where bear Thorns is any good. Exactly, Crazy. It's literally the staff versus one. Exactly. It's like the staff versus wand focus debate, or two-hander versus one-hand and shield. It's just like, you know, it's just... There would need to be more for Thorns shapeshifts than what we got. Like, the only thing we got for Thorns shapeshift was the really bad Oracle passive. And, like, all that did was give us extra damage, but it doesn't even come close to the damage you're getting from Shaman, right? Yeah. But the biggest problem for me with the shapeshifts is the strikes. The strikes are just really, really bad with shapeshifts. Like, rapid assault is all of your attacks in like 1.5 seconds. It's 6 attacks in like instantly. Like, when you're in an attack that's hitting you multiple times, there's no higher DPS than rapid assault in the game for unloading barbs, so it's
let yourself be drawn into the mire.
yeah. Yeah, because, like, again, you could get a 3-socket shield. It's not just that talismans don't have, like, resistances on them and stuff like that. Shields have Thorns damage. They can get sockets with more teethings in it. You can't put tithings, excuse me. You can't put tithings in talismans at all, so you're missing out on, you know, 200 to 300 extra lightning Thorns damage with the 30 to 15%, 45% increased Thorns damage. And then shields on top of that can get flat Thorns damage, and they can get enchanted with bonus Thorns damage. Shred is not fast enough, no. Rapid Assault is faster than Shred. when it comes to dumping. Like, if you're standing in Shaman Raw's lightning attack, Rapid Assault is the highest DPS you will get with Thorns. Like, it's not comparable. And then again, you're DPSing in wolf form. Where you're gonna die. What are you standing in that you're gonna live through? Like, you're not wolf forming versus tier 3 Jet, so like the entire argument doesn't make sense, you know? You're yes, Shred, sure, Shred can comparatively get close, but good luck shredding on bosses that are tier 3 bosses and stuff, like. Listen, y'all can go play Shapeshift Thorns. I've played it. I know it's not as good as regular Thorns. This isn't like theory talk. I leveled my Oracle to 80-something with Thorns, and then I leveled a Smith of Kataba to 84 with Thorns. There's just no world where Shapeshift Thorns is matching any of the levels of comfort any of the other styles have. Like, you're playing Shapeshift Thorns because you want to play Shapeshift Thorns, not because it's better. You really just want to be a Bear Thorn boy. That is why you're doing that. Are you feeling tanky enough at 2.6k HP? Yeah, because I'm Shaman with a bunch of like Amanama Tithe and stuff. I mean, are you tanking tier 3 Jet palms that slam from above? Are you tanking, like, the hardest Uber Arbiter slams with that wolf form? I don't think you are.
You can't get rid of the Exile.
How much is the Amanami build? I don't know. I think it was like 8 Divine when I bought it. I mean, the shapeshifts were definitely way more fun to play. I love, like, I hate Spear and Shield. Like, let me get that clear. Like, I'm not trying to defend Spear and Shield as, like, the most fun play style. I tried to make, on the Oracle, I played Shapeshift Thorns. On the Smith, I played Shapeshift Thorns, and then I played Whirling Assault Thorns. Like, I was trying everything I can to make non-Spear and Shield worth it, but at least for, like, a full AFK Simulacrum with as much DPS as possible, Spear and Shield is just too good. Though I'm sure a Bear could AFK Simulacrum just fine, but this build is also doing other content too. I think Bear could AFK Simulacrum just fine though. You would just have slightly less damage. Well, I also think we'll get more Shapeshift strikes, but I do think Titan is definitely what I would want to do the wolf form on, though, so it makes sense that you're having fun with it on the Titan. I've done Cholula Monk Thorns before. I think in 0.2 I did Cholula Monk Thorns. The problem with Thorns on anything that's this side of the tree is you just don't get access to all the Thorn stuff over here, which is just super nice to have, you know? That's always just been the downside for playing any Thorns that was over here. My rage is cooking me. No, I just use Lavianga for mana. Well, that's what I was asking for a lot, Andre. Like, going in... Like, my dream is a porcupine shapeshift for Thorns. That would be fun as fuck. What do I need to look for the Aminamu Ju? You just look for Aminamu. It's just literally search Aminamu. It's... Tribute to Aminamu. You just gotta say tribute to Aminamu. It's an undying hate. The number doesn't matter. It's called Lavianga's Spirit. It's a mana flask. It just constantly gives you mana. If there's like a lot of mana drain mobs, you know, I'll hit 0 mana, but it hasn't been a problem to where like they eventually kill themselves with my Thorns. My Thorns damage is so high that, you know. Yeah, no, a Chalupa Monk would be fun for Thorns. Like I said, I did it in 0.2. It's definitely not like a bad thing to do. Again, I think every Thorns character and style can work until like red maps for sure. Like you can get, but if we're talking about like being able to efficiently kill Uber Citadel bosses and stuff, you know, that your list starts getting narrower and narrower because you have to be tanky enough to kill the target, to take the hits, while also maintaining your damage. And I really don't like energy shield builds for Thorns right now. So you're almost forced to play life stacking and armor for Thorns. Would War Chief Totem proc barbs? No. Well, I don't know, actually. I don't think it would. It would, like, the totem itself would have to have the Thorns, so... I mean, I could do my next, another Thorns character. I could do a Thorns Titan and just, like, lean into shapeshifts to show off what that looks like, but... This character is definitely, like, the best Thorns character I've ever made. Shapeshifts would not compete with its damage. You can maybe get shapeshifts tanky enough, but the damage I have is just fucking crazy. We were just talking about the cat thing earlier today, Fishy. Second week win league already full. Just sign up for it anyway. You should still be able to register. They're constantly increasing the cap. I think they're going to ask Mobalytics to get us another 1,000 or 2,000 people or something. Like, so if it's full right now, just be signed up, and eventually you'll get allowed in or something. And if you can't sign up because it's like overfull or something, just keep checking back. Like, it's constantly growing to try and let in more people, so... Yeah, the Shaman's better than Titan across the board. Without, like... I am confident with saying that Shaman is the best Thorns Ascendancy right now by far. Like, maybe not by far, but it's better than Titan. Titan used to be the #1 in endgame for, like, math and stuff, but Shaman is insane. Shaman is, like, there's, like, no debate in my mind that Shaman's not #1. Gonna do Whirling for the private league start? I have no idea what I'm doing. I still don't know. I don't know if it'll be Whirling Assault. I don't think so, but maybe. You can handle Simu 3 on a budget if you don't AFK, yes. Most of the cost of this build is right here. Uhtred's Omen is over 100 Divine. This just gives my Scavenge Plating plus 3 additional levels. This is not needed at all. This is just for, like, minor extra damage from Thorns. This is not needed at all. Obviously, like, my 3-socket helmet was expensive. But everything else in the boot and these gloves are expensive. But, like, there's no expensive lineage support gems. You do have Rigwald's Ferocity. You don't need that at all. Everything that is cost-heavy in this build was, like, overkill for the sake of being overkill. Like, you don't need the plus 3 Scavenge Plating. You need this stuff for the AFK stuff, because it's what, like, gets your damage high for AFK to be sustainable. But, no, this is not the 360 Divine one. This is the cheaper one. Unless the price has quadrupled since yesterday. I have the mid-tier Uhtred's. This is not the expensive Uhtred's. Which I do want the expensive Uhtred's. The expensive Uhtred's will let me put physical mastery with this. But this is the mid-tier Uhtred's. This one was like 100 and something. Like, this was like 105 Divine when I bought it yesterday or the day before. What is this, private league? This is my first time doing a private league, so I'm not, like, super well-versed in them, but they're just, like... It's just a fresh start. It's hosted by some creators and Mobalytics, so it's, like... Yeah. So what's the 3-price one? Wait, so if this one's over 300 Divine, what's the other one, then? Is it, like, 1,000 Divine now? Did I just, like, quadruple my investment on Uhtred's overnight? What the hell? I need to check after this wave. Gotta make sure you guys are looking at the right one. Because when I bought this, like, yesterday or the day before, it was 100 Divine, so... If it's already, like, quadrupled, doubled in price, hell yeah, I can flip that shit. But yeah, it's just like it's a fresh start within the same rule set of the current league, with a private economy. Like, it's just a separate economy. It works exactly like this league does, except it's a different one. It's got a bunch of fun challenges with prizes and stuff, so... It's just a silly time. They last a month, so it's not like a long journey. You know, what did I come here for? Ooh, Uhtred's. I wanted to see Uhtred's. So I have Uhtred's Omen. Yeah, it's 100 Divine. What are you guys talking about? You guys are looking at the wrong one. Again, I don't have the OP one. The OP one's 300 Divines. I'm using the mid-tier one. Which, again, this is still expensive. But again, also not required. But the one I have is cheap. Cheaper. On the cheaper end. Yeah, same client. It's the exact same client. It's the exact same game. Nothing changes at all. It's not like a private server. If you're, like, thinking, like, private servers from, like, MMOs and stuff. It's all done through the client. Yep. Like, when you go to your character select screen, you can see down here, since I'm already signed up, it shows up in the client. Second Win, Fate of the Val League. And whenever it starts, I just click join, and then I'll be able to create my character. And then it'll show up in this selection here. So, like, if I wanted to go back to the Fate of the Val League, like, I'm not, like, locked out of playing with it. I can swap between the two. It's just a little own section of the game. Yeah, no problem. They're confusing, especially to people who haven't done private leagues before and stuff, you know. Hey, no problem, Nate. I mean, yeah, there's 3 of them, you know. There's 3 of them, so it's easy to get confused. But yeah, the one I have is the cheaper of the two. It's not 350 Divine. But again, it is also not required for the AFK Simulacrum portion. It's like solo self-found, but less solo-found. Yeah, exactly. It's going to have a smaller economy, less people to trade with. It's going to be a fun community event, though, because you're going to have, like, people actually talking in the Discord, like, hey, I need this item. If someone sees it, you know, trade me it. And then you have, like, these little things going on. And then the bounties are fun. There's a lot of really cool bounties. And what about the trade site? Yeah, it shows up in the trade site. It'll show up in the trade site. It'll show up, and like when you're in the league, when you're using the in-game trade, that'll work too. Like it is shockingly a fully functional like experience. You know, it is really well set up. Like we don't have to worry about like whisper trading anymore. I don't have any chat commands for the private league. I have it pinned in the chat, so if you look at the top of the chat, you'll see the pin for the league link. Let me talk about some of the bounties. So we have a bunch of bounties in it. Bounties are like, what's the best way to explain it? Like challenges that pay you money. So like one of them is sponsored by Mobalytics. If you find a headhunter and you double corrupt it successfully, you win $30 gift card. There's other ones where it's like defeat 6-mod Iron Citadel Count Geonor after he's recited his entire poem. So you have to like make the fight last a long time, to where like you go through multiple phases of the poem and stuff. There's Deathless Naked Delirium, first people to complete a Timber 1 Simulacrum, Deathless with no helmet, body armor, gloves. You complete these challenges, you get money. There's a bunch of little challenges. There's like 15 of them or something so far. So it's like, it plays just like a regular league. It's going to have less people in it, but there's also going to be prizes and stuff. It's just, it's almost like it's for sweats kind of, but like, you know, it's a fun community event. There's a lot of people involved with it. Alcohol, Dead Rabbit, Guitar Holic, Talkative Try, and Mobalytics are the ones putting on the event. So it's really cool. I've never done a private league like this before. I have no idea what build I'm going to play. I will be streaming the private league launch. But yeah, I don't know I'll be playing it. They're cool though. To me, you know, I come from MMOs, clearly because I have the WoW portrait still. And, like, I was one of the guys, like, I don't know if any of you guys are MMO players and you were, like, private server MMO players, but, like, there's a certain type of private server player that's, like, they're fresh start Andes. They, like, every single new private server that's out, every time there's a fresh start server in the official client, they love starting over, like, spending the first month of the game, like, leveling up, getting geared, and stuff like that. I'm one of those guys. I love fresh starts. I love new economies. I love being able to experience the rush of a bunch of players, like, all being hyped about something, so I'm always down for a fresh start. I'm always down for a fresh start. I think they're fun. And then there's also the practice aspect of it, you know? You practice, get a little bit better. Hard to simulate. League start fully. Chances Headhunter. Boom! Rip. Fresh starts are very good. I like them a lot. You don't have to donate to enter. No. You don't have to donate to enter. It is completely free to sign up and play. It's just full right now. And one of the ways it can be, the size gets increased is by people can donate to it, but you don't have to donate. Just wait for it to get slots. Just like join the hit the sign up button. You don't have to pay anything to enter. It's just full right now, but the donating is just like so people can increase the cap on it, because these private leagues, they have like a 2,000, like a 600 player cap on them, and GGG makes you pay to increase the size. But I believe like Mobalytics and a bunch of other people are like helping increase the size. I think GGG donated 2,000 slots as well. So, you know, you don't have to pay shit. I'm in it and I didn't pay anything, so. It's just full right now, so you just gotta wait for more slots to open up. But just sign up and then you'll eventually get accepted. Like, there's no, like, application or anything. And WoW, I would always try a new server and fresh start, same. My friends and I would always, like, it didn't matter what, like, how good our previous characters were. Anytime there was, like, a Wrath of the Lich King fresh starts, like, if, you know when Wrath came out for Classic, there was, like, 2 fresh start servers that came with it. We went and played on the fresh start servers, like, I don't know, we just love that shit. There are 73 open slots right now, I just got in. Yeah, the slots are always going up and up. And then, of course, some community members are choosing to donate coins to increase the slot, but I think Mobalytics and, like, the creators are handling most of it, and then GGG is also increasing the caps. And yeah, I'm excited to, like... I don't know how long I'll play the league, maybe a week or two. But I'm going to commit to one character for it, and I'm going to try and get a good temple set up. I haven't gotten a real temple attempt yet, because I just make too many characters. Sorry, I had to text my mom. My mom takes prio over you guys. Mama Cal takes prio. Is Simu profitable? That is a good question. Yes? But, like, there's RNG with it, right? Like, if you did a single simulacrum run, it's possible you don't get any loot from it, right? Like, if you don't get a good isolation drop or something, like, you know, that one individual run might not be profitable, but I feel like, if you did like 50 runs or 10 runs, you would be up for sure. Like, I am definitely making more money in volume than I'm losing. But how many divine is it per attempt right now? Is it 2 divine per simulacrum run? Simu 3 run? That's tough. It may not be breaking even. Like, there's some RNG with it, because, like, I got the Megalomaniac that might sell for 15 divine. I've gotten 4 isolations, so that's 20 divine. So, like, I'm definitely up right now, but, you know, some of that's some good drops, so... What's up, Cal? Are you enjoying this build more than supporting fire? Hey, what's up, Brett? Hope you had a good new year. Hope your league has gone well so far. No. No. Thorns is fun and all, but, like, I did this Thorns build because, like, I'm the Thorns guy, and, a lot of people have just been wanting me to do a Thorns build this league. Like, Thorns is always a good time, but the supporting fire tactician was my favorite build of this league. If we got 0.5 right now, and there was, like, no new skills, right? It was just, like, the endgame rework. I would be heavily considering league starting the supporting fire tactician. I very much enjoyed that build. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. So which one's, like, Thorns is always Thorns, you know. If you like Thorns, this is the best I've ever gotten Thorns. I want to check out, what was it, Heel Root? Heel Root was talking about how he was doing a Shapeshift Titan that felt pretty beefy. I'm interested in trying that out on a character, so, There might be me seeing setting up a Titan just to see how that feels on the Wolf, like he was wanting to do, or he was doing, if I can make it reasonably tanky. But this is like the best Thorns has probably ever looked in terms of defenses and tankiness on the budget I had. I started to tink. Another diamond!
Sanity, my agent of chaos. You shall serve me whether you like it or not. I'm not going anywhere.
And then, of course, Thorns is like one of the best leveling builds ever, so... Thorns is always a good time. Alright, let's see what these anoints are worth. What's Apocalypse give? What does Apocalypse even do? Apocalypse is reduced damage, critical hit chance of heralds. Okay, so that's going to sell for... Okay, this is going to have no value. Because this Apocalypse thing just bricks your fucking... What? This is going to be a 10 Exalt Megala. Because if you take this, you're reducing your damage by 30%. Doesn't matter what Spectral Ward even gives. What is that, the Energy Shield one? Yeah. This would go in like a very specific Energy Shield EV Herald build, but I have no idea what build would even use Apocalypse. Like, I feel like it just having Apocalypse makes it bricked, right? That sucks too. Oh, Spectral Ward is worth 40 Divine? I don't even know if this would sell. Can you double corrupt Megalas? Man, if this Spectral Ward had, if the second anoint on this was anything besides Apocalypse, this was a 40 Divine banger. But because it rolled Apocalypse, like... Maybe I just, like, list it for, like, a YOLO 25 Divine and someone, like, buys it. But I assume this is just bricked. Like, so, like, maybe someone sees, ooh, cheap Spectral Ward, and doesn't check Apocalypse. But... yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Are Megalas a good drop chest on Sim 3? I have no idea what the drop chance would be. I want to say I get one every 5 to 10 runs. Yeah, I'll be honest, it's definitely bricked. It's definitely bricked. It's just like, will a bozo buy it? Or is there like some weird niche build that it's good in? But that's fucking bricked. That sucks, man. Oh, Spectral Ward, no. That's probably like one of the few passives on the entire tree that can just brick a Megala. That's so funny. Oh, fuck. You can double corrupt other unique jewels at least. I mean, I've never tried double corrupting a Megalo. A Megalo. I don't know why I call them Megalas. I don't know if you can. I'll try. Well, I'll try if it doesn't sell. Let's at least see if we can get like an easy 25 Divine out of it. And if it doesn't sell, I'll double corrupt it. Or attempt to double corrupt it. How do you break Armor Break with Thorns? Wind Dancer. I've got Wind Dancer with Quill Burst and Armor Break 3. That's so funny. Well, we're definitely up today. We're definitely, like, I think I've made all of the money that I spent on these Splinters back. I want to say I spent like 30-ish Divines on Splinters, and we've made that back already. So we are almost basically pure profit from here. And that's without the Megalomaniac selling. Exactly, Ermis. Like, I don't even know what the Apocalypse Anoint build would be for. Like, it would... like... 30% reduced damage while also making sure your Herald's crit, like... It would have to be some weird cast-on crit Herald looping build that you would want to use that in. And even then, it's just like... I have no fucking clue. Like, it would be a very, very specifically niche build that you would want that passive in. %0% of players on Ninja with that note. I don't doubt it. Like, when I saw that, I was just like, oh, this is just ruined because there's literally just no build that would want that. Like, maybe in 0-1 when you had Herald chaining and fun Herald builds, that had a place, right? But in the current state, I don't... Like, I'm trying to even think like of a Calamity build where you would use that, like... This build's slick. I need to charge my phone. Is there anything you would update from the Ritualist build from 0.2? Yes. I mean, that build is super outdated. I need to go through all of my Thorns builds probably this week and just update them for 0.4. But I don't even know what that Thorns Ritualist even looked like. I remember it was using, like, Herald of Blood stuff, and, like, you don't need to play that anymore. Iron Ward is all the AoE you need now for mapping, so... Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of crazy is, like, the Coming Calamity chess piece. Like... But even then, like, it would have to be, like, a very specific thing, you know? Well, that boss got popped. And if you're wanting to play Temple, again, I did a Juice Temple with a friend last night. He had a 57-room Temple. We were getting some crazy modifiers. And with 2 people, you have the increased effectiveness of mobs or whatever, right? So everything's, like, got more life and stuff. And I was doing fine in the Temple. So in terms of, like, tankiness, this can handle Juice Temple. Are you still here, Heal Root, or did you bail? I don't know if Heal Root's still here. Wanted to ask him about his Titan Wolf.
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of me?
I will show some maps soon. We're mostly going to farm Simulacrum today because I have all the splinters. But I will show some maps because I know, and like the full video guide should be out tomorrow. If you're someone that wants to see like the whole video guide with the leveling process, the end game, mid game, and stuff like in the discussion, that will be out tomorrow. And the mobile elix is not done. I need to make a whole section for leveling without twink gear. Also, tomorrow I will be streaming. I will be streaming in the morning before the podcast. Tomorrow, 2 hours from now, so like it'd be like, I guess 26 hours from now, we're doing the podcast with Prada. So I will be streaming before it, and then I will host into the podcast with Miso, Rabbit, and then Prada as our guest. And then Friday I will be streaming the private league, so I will be streaming the next few days as well.
You can't get rid of Exile.
Interesting, crazy. Yeah, maybe I can like, maybe someone who's like a group play player that wants to be tanky with Spectral Ward and stuff would buy that, you know. What are you starting in the private? I do not know. I have no clue. I'm thinking Witch Hunter. I'm the biggest Witch Hunter simp right now, so
Nothing you do matters.
have been since 0.1. So thinking Witch Hunter, but like maybe a Jin build. So like I don't know how many of you played my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter build from 0.3. I want to do a version of that, but with Spark. So I'm thinking of doing like a caster Witch Hunter, where I'm culling strike with like Spark or something. I don't know. But I don't know if that would be good on the private league with the limited economy or not. So like part of me is worried about doing something I've never done before in the private league, because I just, you know, I'm not a solo self-owned player. I depend on trade. How much Thorns do you have without plating? 25,000. But yeah, I'm excited to have Prada on. He's quickly become one of my favorite creators. Like, if I just go Witch Hunter, right, and I just try something fun, if it fails, I can just play my Whirling Assault Witch Hunter. So, like, we have that as a fallback. So maybe I just go Witch Hunter, and if it doesn't, like, whatever weird shit I try doesn't work, we just go to Whirling Assault, because Whirling Assault was good. Why Witch Hunter? I mean, Witch Hunter's just always been my favorite Ascendancy. Like, if you go look through my channel, I have made more Witch Hunter builds than probably everything else. Like, maybe even combined. Like, every league I have, no, definitely not combined, because I've done too many characters, but every league I have 3 to 4 Witch Hunters. I just like, I don't know. The weapon swap stuffing, the stuff is, like, really cool from a build maker's perspective. Sorcery Ward got Giga buffed this patch. So Sorcery Ward's just a good defensive layer now. I don't know, I like Culling Strike and Decimating Strike. I don't know, I like weird shit like that. And then the concentration stuff's cool. I like the position on the tree. I think Witch Hunter is good for, like, it's a very versatile Ascendancy. So I don't know. Will you be touching Briar skills for Thorns? No. The Briar Thor or whatever it is, it sucks. It's not very good. It's not for Thorns builds. It's for, like, hazard builds, caltrops and stuff. AFKing the double boss. Oh, we're about to get a bunch of corruption, though. 5 stacks of corruption. Are we going to live it? Oh, yeah, we're just fine. Whoa, we lived the Chaos Seeds, too, huh? We are tanky. You like the position on the tree? Yeah, I do. I like stat stacking, so you have all the stat stacking stuff. I think there's a lot of versatility here, because, like, so with Witch Hunter specifically, you have access to melee stuff immediately, and then you have access to projectile stuff immediately. So it doesn't matter if you're playing a melee build like Thorns, or Whirling Assault Witch Hunter, or you're playing a projectile build like my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter, or a Spark Witch Hunter, or a Stat Stacker build, or Culling, like, you have access to everything you need. I find that people who don't like the bottom of the side of the tree just don't like Armory EV. Like, they just don't like those kind of, they just don't like those defensive layers. But in terms of, like, Witch Hunter start, like, I love it. Like, I feel like you can play literally any build you want. Because if you wanted to play a caster build with projectiles, you have projectile damage stuff here, you path through here, you get this stuff over here, and then you're immediately up in the CI section. Or you're in the evasion section. Or if you wanted to play a two-handed build, Thorns, like, I don't know. Rage does not boost Thorns damage, no. The only reason I'm using Rage is because I have this passive right here, where I get 1% increased armor for my Rage.
Back's heavy enough already.
So for me, I get why people don't like that stuff, but for me as a build maker, that's the stuff I do like. Because that's, like, those are the options I'm talking about. Like if you wanted to play a one-hander build, you have all those dual healed nodes. If you wanted to play a surround build, like you have like its flexibility is unlimited. But I get why people don't like that, because it's also like it's almost like a jack of all trades, master of none situation. Top side of the tree is very dense and scaling whatever you want to scale, because it's like everywhere. Versus the bottom, you know, you have to be very more situational and direct with your approach. But as a build maker, I love that shit. I also just love crossbows. I think crossbows are really fun. But I do want to say that right now Witch Hunter is my favorite. Duelist takes the same slot, and Duelist comes with swords. So it is quite possible that like something from Duelist, it becomes my new favorite. So just want to throw that out there. While I am the biggest Witch Hunter simp, Duelist is also mercenary, so it starts in the same spot, and it'll be swords. So who knows? Hey, so it's just a suffering. Never mind. I mean, sufferings aren't bad, but not as good as we were looking. You made Samu expensive. Splinter's so much expensive. Everyone's doing it. There's no way. People don't follow me for currency farming strats. Samu expensors have already been expensive. Let me see what they're at. Delirium, Splinter, Divine. Oh shit, they have gone up in price. Uh-oh. I don't think that's because of me. I just assume the economy is going to keep skewing this way. Like, these are going to be way more expensive, but these were 75 divine, or, per divine, so it's gotten a bit more expensive for sure. But people should only farm something if it's profitable, right? Like, if it's not profitable because of those splinters, it'll eventually, like, rebalance out. Yeah, but that's just going to be the state of the league. It's just going to get more and more expensive to farm this because, A, more people are in Temple, and B, especially now that they're, like, making it, like, more balanced and, like, fixed and easier to set up and stuff. So you got people living in Temple not farming splinters, and then, like, people are quitting the league. With people quitting the league, you know, less people are farming maps, makes the price go up. So yeah, it's just pretty, it's not too, and, well, they have gone up 20, the value has shifted quite a lot in 24 hours, but it definitely was not caused by me. Especially since I haven't even made a video about this yet, like. No, this is just an expensive league for, well, it's not expensive. Because if you're actually farming the Simulacrum in your maps, like, maybe you just start farming Simulacrum splinters. Seems like a good moneymaker if you can handle Simulacrum in your maps. Have you tried leveling with Alcohol's grenade setup, Malker? If you're using the shots early on, they're definitely clunky without twink setups, but the grenades carry the campaign. You have to level grenades, but if you're doing fresh start crossbows, you have to play grenades. But I feel like once you get multi-shot and explosive grenade and flash grenade with multi-shot, you can just kind of fly through the campaign with grenades.
This is only the beginning.
I mean, yes. Grenades are the definition of like what is it? What's the meme? The GGG meme. Meaningful combat. Like, grenades are the definition of like. I won't go as far to, like, obviously yes, that you could technically say that's skill issue, but like there is definitely a skill to leveling with grenades, knowing where to place them, how to kite the enemies on top of them as they're exploding and stuff. So yes, like I agree with you there. That there is that. So it's not as brain off as I just applied it, but implied it was. But I'm also a dweeb that likes that kind of combat, so. The fully automated Wind Dancer, or excuse me, Scavenge Plating Stacks is what has really made this so nice, because you get so much armor from it. Like, my armor almost doubles when I'm at max Scavenge Plating Stacks. Yeah, I'm at over 40,000 right now. I was at like 25,000 before the stats. So Scavenge Plating aren't just a massive Thorns damage increase, which I'm at like 40,000 damage right now with the lightning buff. But it's just a huge armor increase, too. I personally don't like grenades myself. You know, I don't like leveling with grenades. I don't like using grenades. I like all the ammos. All of my Witch Hunter, all my crossbow builds are usually ammo builds. And that's why I always end up leveling a crossbow build second or third. But grenades are OP, that's for sure. They are definitely overpowered. Double boss this early. Where'd they go? Do you know what you're going to league start for the private league, Malker? Everyone else, by the way, what are you guys league starting for the private league? Do you have any idea on what you're going to play? One of my old WoW guildies, Haas, DM'd me last night saying he was going to try out my supporting fire tactician build for the private league. I've heard a few people say they're going to play that. I hope that means that there's going to be people crafting gear for it so people can play it. What do you mean by that, Crazy? Are you like implying because it's good? Because that's what I would say. Is like, yeah, it's. I think Merc has been pretty solid, especially like once you like the biggest change for crossbows and mercenaries wasn't even a mercenary change. It wasn't even a crossbow change. It was the instant weapon swap. Like, that was the biggest win for crossbow builds, and it wasn't even like a change directed at them. If you try Poison build, Pathfinder, yeah, Poison Pathfinder is definitely good. Blood Made Bleed blow, yeah, dude. So I would love to do a Blood Made Bleed blow, like the JTX build, where he did the Bleed Snipe. I would love to do that build. It looks so fun. Hell yeah, Joe. I'd get on buying stuff tonight. The video guide probably goes out tomorrow. The mobile fix is already set up, though, so... Yeah, we had to invest in weapon swap speed and stuff, yeah. But yeah, the instant web swap was just huge for crossbow builds. They're just so nice. Yeah, I mean, I agree, Crazy. Like, I feel like Witch Hunter is the only like one that's really like a Tactician needs some love because a lot like Tactician's in an awkward spot because like half its ascendancy doesn't work with the other half. Gemling did get some reworks, but like all the changes to like the mercenary ascendancies have been like minor tweaks that they're just like taking these little small changes with, you know. But I love the position Witch Hunter's in. Sorcery Ward feels great. I'm probably playing a Witch Hunter in the private league just because I'm such a Sorcery Ward sim. I want to do an int stacking, I think it's called Black Guard or Black Knight, where it converts your int to EV type build. You do like a caster Witch Hunter. And the bow swap. I mean, yeah, we like, yeah. And then now with like the crossbow shot 1 and 2 stuff, you know, weapon swap for ammo types is just huge. It was just such a huge quality of life. Yeah, I've done a bunch of types of builds like that, Zully. It just never bleed thorns, poison thorns, all those types of like impale thorns. Like they just never end up being like they work to an extent, but at some point your like focus is just making sure you don't die. And just doing pure raw crit elemental scaling thorns is like just mathematically always better. Like bleed thorns isn't awful, right? But it's not like comparable to elemental thorns. Because the problem with bleed is bleed procs off physical damage, right? And look how much of my thorns damage is not physical. A majority of it's elemental. So, anytime you go bleed thorns, you're either having to completely ignore elemental thorns, which you would not want to do, or yeah, you get it. Yeah, I mean, we need physical thorns runes. Like, there's a lot more that can spice up thorns right now, but like, because, like, especially on a Shaman, where Runes of Tithing are also giving me % increased Thorns damage, right? Like, you know. Bleed Thorns is a thing. I've done it on a Ritualist before. I have a 0.2 Thorns Ritualist guide. That was for Bleed Thorns. But, yeah. Agreed, yeah, I mean, I just love doing crossbow builds, so. I love frag rounds. I love permafrost bolts. I love Gauss shards. I love all of the shots, to be honest. Like, every single of the crossbow shots is fun. Plasma Blast, the Lightning Uzi. They're all fun. I mean, I did the Bullet Storm build. I've done a Bullet Storm type build every. Like, I did the Rapid Fire build in 0.2. Like, I love me some crossbow builds. Where are the tinks? Where are the tinks? Spark Witch Hunter Team 6? Yeah, like, but, like, again, there's no way the Spark Witch Hunter would be comparable to, like, a Spark Blood Mage in any world, right? So, like, the moment you start asking questions like, how are you going to catch up to this and this, it starts falling apart. It'll be fun, you know, doing a Culling Strike Spark Witch Hunter, but, like, there are so many problems like that, where it's like, how are you going to scale exposure? How are you going to deal with the mana cost, right? Like, if you're doing a high level of, like, Lightning Warp and high level of Spark, you know, mana cost becomes an issue, right? Like, you know. It might be my league start for the private league. I don't know though. I really want to do a Culling Strike Spark Witch Hunter, but I don't know if I should do it for the private league or just do it as a separate character, unrelated to the private league, like after the private league ends, like in Solo Self-Found or something. Cause like, yeah, I want to do it though. I was trying to think of, because like if I don't know how many of you saw my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter, but that was a build that was like a Vampire Survivors type build where it just like a million projectiles ricocheting off walls and stuff. And I was trying to think of like what skills emulate Bulletstorm that I could do on the Witch Hunter. And I was like, well, Spark is great for that, you know? Spark is very much a Bulletstorm-esque type skill. So if there's a way to make Culling Strike, Bullet, like, you know, Spark Storm work, it would be definitely a lot of fun to play. But can you make it good enough to handle tier 3 content? And that's the tough part, you know. And then, yeah, I kind of want to play a Varashta build. I haven't played the new Sorceress Jin build yet, so I don't know, you guys. How's the build for mapping? It's good. It's definitely not the fastest mapper on the planet, but, like, I can handle tier 16 fully modded Abyss maps without dying. But, like, you know, it's not like one-shotting bosses, you know. It's Thorns, so you have to take damage to deal damage. Usually like 30 to 60 second boss fights when they're hard. It's got a low move speed. What am I at? Like 13% move speed right now, so you know. It can map, but it's not like a speed mapper by any means. But it can handle all content. Every single content in the game dies, it's just, you know. It's Thorns. Can Staggering Palm ricochet? Clockbuster? Ooh, interesting. Can Thorns do Sekima? Yes. Sekima is insanely easy for Thorns. Block overpowered. Now, Sekimus is a breeze for Thorns. Absolute breeze. I'll do a map after this one, though. Someone remind me if I forget, but I'll do a map after this one. I'll show you guys what a map looks like. And it's just Thorns mapping, you know. Nothing has changed about mapping. When we have Iron Ward now, Iron Ward helps a bit with the clear, but, like, it's still just Thorns mapping, you know. It's, you know, reasonably slow, but it's Thorns, so. In my opinion, I haven't run it through Path of Building. I'll need to check for the Heart of the Wells. I don't have Thorns stuff on mine. I have gain damage as fire damage, gain damage as lightning damage, and crit hit chance and life regeneration rate. So I just put the 4 like awesome modifiers you should look for on it, but you're not gonna get like both the Thorns rolls and both gain damage rolls. You just gotta find a Heart of the Well. It's just got a bunch of good stuff. I did double gain though on mine with some flat crit hit chance, but all of the mods are good. I don't think it's possible to get one with like both the Thorns rolls and both gain damage rolls. I think they might share same roll pools, but you just want to get one that's like as good as possible for the build. Ideally, gain fire and lightning. You don't want to do gain cold or gain chaos. Like gain chaos is okay, or is it gain physical? I forget which one it is. But you want gain fire and lightning ideally, because that scales with elemental conflux. I've already done a Witch Hunter Quarterstaff build this patch, though, with my Whirling Assault Witch Hunter, so I don't know if I would do another Quarterstaff build, Palm build. I really want to do it with Spark. I don't know why. I want to do a Caster Witch Hunter. Like, am I weird for that? Like, it just sounds fun, though. Doesn't Culling Strike Spark Witch Hunter sound fun? I don't know if it'll be good, but it sounds fun. What's your favorite build I played this week? My Supporting Fire Tactician. I love that build. That build was so much freaking fun. Though, a close second, and it might actually... It's tough, because like my Potion Parry Pathfinder, I don't say it's my favorite because it's a very niche build that, like, if I say it's my favorite, people are going to go play it. And it's not a build that everyone should play. Potion Parry Pathfinder is very specific for a very specific type of player. But that was my favorite build I made this league. Like, cooking up the Potion Parry Pathfinder, especially after multiple people kept telling me there's no way it works, parry sucks, potion sucks. Like, the fact that I was, like, dominating bosses with it and made the mapping good on it, I loved building that build. Like, making the Potion Parry Pathfinder and, like, finishing it as a build maker was one of the most satisfying builds I've ever made in this game. Like, as a creator, I freaking loved optimizing that build, and just like it was just so good when it was like, oh, this isn't just good, it's really good. And like people were just wrong about like the assumptions they had about potion and parry, like to an extent, right? Like it's not the best mapper, but the boss damage was insane, and that was such a fun build to craft because no one was playing anything like it. It was almost like, I want to say 98% like self-crafted. Like that build was so much fun to make. But to play, it was my Supporting Fire Tactician. Like I keep saying it, if we got 0.5 right now with no new skills, no new classes, I would be league starting the Supporting Fire Tactician. So that was my favorite build to play, but the Potion Parry Pathfinder has a special place in my heart, especially because this last week, there are 2 content creators out there who do community builds of the week type things. Jorgen, I'm sure everyone knows Jorgen, and there's a Russian creator. His content's in Russian. I have to do the auto dub when I watch it. But they both do community builds of the weeks. And the Potion Parry Pathfinder made both of their builds of the week this last week. And that, to me, as a build creator, like, anytime I make the Jorgen build of the week or the Russian guy's build of the week, it makes me very, like, it's like I don't know, like, when your peers recognize you, like, you know, you always know that's a good feeling. When other build makers say, this is cool, you know you did something fun. And I made their build of the weeks with the Potion Parry Pathfinder both this week, for Jorgen and the Russian guy. So, like, that's just, like... It was such a fun build to cook up, so it was like just so fun when it was like to make. But then the fact that, like, other creators look at it and go, oh, like, Jorgen straight up said, like, yeah, like, there's no way this should have worked. I think Perry was ass. Like, the fact that he pulled this off, like, those are the builds that are super fun to make. And the Potion Parry Pathfinder was just, like, a week of self-cooking. Like, I didn't stream that week because my PC was crashing, and the Thorns Discord didn't really help out with it because most of them thought it was going to not work, and they weren't really interested in it until I was, like, showing the clips of it, of killing bosses. But that was just such a... Because, like, Perry got buffed this patch. And when I saw it got buffed, I forget which creator it was, but he showcased Perry in an explosive spear build on an Amazon. I was like, oh, wow, Perry's actually kind of good now. So I looked at the bucklers. Like, this is how the process of the build came to be. Is I looked at the bucklers, and the unique bucklers had one that was like, it could roll all elemental skills. It's called Sun Splitter, and it can roll up to +4 fire and +4 cold skills. So I was like, okay, what are elemental builds that could use that buckler? And the first thing that came to mind was Elemental Sundering, but I didn't want to do an Elemental Sundering build. And I was like, oh, you can use Parry with the potion builds. You're supposed to be unarmed with them, the potion concoction from Pathfinder, but you can use those with Parry. And that would give them +4 gem levels. You would either use the fire one or the ice one. So it was like, okay, so let's just... I haven't done a potion build ever on Path before. And I haven't done a parry build ever. And this is how my brain works. This is how silly I am. The name of the build is what was like, okay, I'm going to play this build. When it was called Potion Parry Pathfinder, the 3 Ps made, like, it just was satisfying to me. So I was like, okay, it's got a good name. So we're going to make a Potion Parry Pathfinder. And there was really no one playing with parry. There was really no one playing concoction builds, especially freezing concoction. With that build, I found a technique with Shattering Palm and Freezing Concoction where you could throw the Freezing Concoction first and then Shattering Palm to the target. You'll get to the target before the Freezing Concoction lands, get the Shattering Palm debuff on all the enemies, and it would, like, then cause the Shatter to cascade. And it, like, the build, like, went from, like, having awful clear to having okay clear when I found that technique. And it was just, like, it was just one of those builds that was... Ooh, I survived through Chaos Seeds while I was in the reduced regen aura. That's how tanky this build is. With 50% recovery aura. But yeah. The Potion Parry Pathfinder was just such a... As a build maker, a very satisfying build to make. So long-winded answer, though, the Supporting Fire Tactician is my favorite build, though. Because the Supporting Fire Tactician was actually just hilarious fun to play. But, yeah, the Potion Parry Pathfinder, like, it was so fun to make, and then the fact that it got featured on 2 creators' build of the weeks, Jorgens and the Russian guy. By the way, the Russian guy, I love him. He features my builds all the time, and in this video, I watch his video with the auto dub because, like, he's in Russian. I don't speak Russian. There's an auto dub feature on YouTube. He literally like started the section of my, like, he always ends his videos with one of my builds most of the time, and, like, he straight up said in this one. So per tradition, we're ending this with a Kaltorak build. So, like, I don't know. Those things just make me happy, you know, as a build maker. You put a lot of works into your builds, and, like, sometimes hey, another isolation. We've done really well on isolations today. But you put a lot of work into the build, and then, you know, sometimes they don't get very many views, or they're like a niche build like this one that you know not many people are going to play. It feels good when other people are like, oh yeah, that was cool. I said I was going to show a map, so we're going to do a map. We'll do a map. Sure. I don't think I have any tablets in right now. Let's find some Abyss tablets. Abyss. Breach. Irradiated. Does critical chance of critical damage on gear affect Thorns? Yes. What should I go on weapon? Your weapon doesn't matter at all. Your weapon, you just want one with increased spirit reservation efficiency, and then a gain % of damage is extra fire damage, and then sockets. But your weapon is Not the most important thing. Alright, let's do a map. Let's do Hive. Hive's a fun map. And then we'll go back to Simu farming, but people wanted to see maps. No problem, Tito. If you need to follow the mobalytics, it's not completely done. I'm going to finish it tonight, but there's the mobalytics. Breach is one of the best things for Thorns because there's like so many mobs spawning and they're just constantly running at you. They do a lot of physical damage, so they fill up Iron Ward. So here's like a big Iron Ward. Iron Ward can clear screen. But you're just very tanky, like, you don't even see my life going down. Like in Simulacrum, you couldn't even tell my life was going down. I can just like stand on top of the abyss pulls and just attack. Use Rapid Assault to help with the clear. Use Iron Ward to help, or excuse me, Rake to help with the clear. Iron Ward to help with the clear. Like here's a big Iron Ward. Like it clears a semi off screen. But Iron Ward, you know, is not like the most consistent burst damage. Blade Ward? What's Blade Ward? Playing your Supporting Fire build now, about to be on maps. Was a slog getting to Ascendancy and all that, but as soon as I unlocked Supporting Fire, everything was a breeze. Yeah, I mean, some people don't like grenades. I link to Lalcahal's grenade leveling build. And then I also just set up like a half-ass grenade leveling build myself. Grenades aren't for everybody. Once you get Supporting Fire online, it is the most fun leveling you'll have. The boss damage can be a pain at times, but for leveling and clear, it is just so big. I don't think my temple is set up. Oh, you can do Armor EV for Sorcery Ward. I've done all three styles, but I think if you want to get the best possible Sorcery Ward imaginable, I think EV is the play. Hyri's Ire is insane for Sorcery Ward. Hyri's Ire has the effect where your evasion rating is doubled if you haven't been hit recently. And that scales Sorcery Ward. So, if you want to the best, like, Armor EV Hybrid and Armor stacking is good. More than good enough for Witch Hunter's Sorcery Ward, but if you wanted the highest possible... Oh shit, hold on. So for mapping, you do want to put on Ferocious Roar for armor break on bosses. If you don't have Ferocious Roar for armor break on bosses, your armor break will be annoying. Then for Synod Malacrum, I run an extra Spirit Gem. Boss is very easy, depending on the boss. You know, you kill them fast or not. What's the first Spirit Gem for this build? It depends on how you're leveling. If you are leveling with Runes of Tithing, you take Iron Ward first. You do not need Scavenge Plating early on at all. If you have Runes of Tithing, you do not need to be breaking armor at all for a very long time. So Scavenge Plating is really not needed. Iron Ward will help with the clear. However, if you have 0 Runes of Tithing... oh, hey, you're back, Heel. I asked you something earlier about the Wolf Titan. Are you in the Thorns Discord, Heel Root? Can't you just use any mark? Barroar's better. On high armor bosses that have like 30,000 plus armor, the Bear Roar is like insane. I don't know if Mark's better or not, but at least while leveling, I like the Bear Roar. Because the Bear Roar can also... It depends on, like, if you're wanting to use... So the Bear Roar is also good for mapping, like, until you get Scavenge Plating automated with Wind Dancer. The Bear Roar can help you while mapping, too. Mark Armor Break while mapping is less reliable. You are in the Thorns Discord? Can you post, like, a video in it, and tag me in it of your wolf Titan? You don't have to, like, upload it to, like, YouTube if you don't want to or something. Like, you should be able to just upload it in the Discord. But I want to see what your wolf Titan looks like. But yeah, this is the mapping. I mean, the mapping's super easy, brain off. Like, everything just dies, right? You know, it's low movement speed. Like, you know, you're forced to use Briar Patch, right? You're forced to use Briar Patch, so you're going to have low movement speed. And I got a high move speed roll on mine. Mine's 23%. So, with 29% critical hit chance. So, I've got a really good Briar Patch. But, so, you know, the mapping is, like, very easy, very brain off. You clear everything super easy. You know, it's just Thorns, so... Oh, if you changed him, it's fine, Heel Root. You don't have to put him back. If you've already swapped his Ascendancy, as you can see, Thorns bodies those guys. By the way, I know a lot of people complain about that mod. Thorns just bodies it. If you already changed the character, you don't need to swap him back, Heel Root. I just wanted to see, because you said earlier, you said you had like 90,000 armor and Wolf. I wanted to see. Oh, mostly. Okay, I was about to say I wanted to see how he handled tier 3 bosses. But if you're not doing tier 3 bosses, then it's fine. What in the fuck was I doing with this temple? Hello? What was I doing with this temple? Well, I was gonna see if I had an Etziri kill lined up, but clearly not. We won't run this right now. We're just gonna go back to Simulacrum farming. I was hoping I had a series set up on this character, but guess not. Do you have to hold block? No. You never have to hold block. The only time you hold block is in, like, very specific bosses that have one-shots that you know are going to one-shot you that you want to be hit by, or Trilosecamos. And Trilosecamos block is the best way to negate damage for the honor loss in Trilosecamos. You don't have to do that. You just get a bunch of like honor resistance relics, and then you can face tank everything, and you'll never like you'll lose 1 honor per hit, and you'll have like 10,000 honor, and it'll be fine. But block is really only used in Trilosecamos. Do you intend to play hardcore Solo Self-Found or Solo Self-Found later this league? Which build would you choose? I do plan on playing Solo Self-Found at some point. I am not quite sure when. It probably would have been soon, but the private league is going to take over that. It would be a Witch Hunter build more than likely, though. I don't know what build it would be. I'm not like a giga... I know this is going to sound crazy for how much I've played this game, this patch, and how many characters I have. I'm not a giga ARPG degen. I'm not one of the guys that's going to be like flipping between the PoE 1, 2, and the PoE 2 league. I need my breaks, so... You know, I like to play Rust with my friends. I like to play other games and stuff, so... You know... With the private league, maybe I don't play solo stuff on this league, and, you know, I'll take a break before 0.6 or 0.5, you know, and not play, but... So, anything you can't do on this build? Nope. I can do all content. I was even in Juice Temples last night, Cosmic. Like, before anyone asked, can it do hard temples? I was doing a duo temple last night with one of my friends, Proper Panda from the Thorns Discord. He had a juiced-ass temple, and there were some of those temple runs. Again, it was duo, so it had the increased effectiveness from having 2 people. But some of those runs had insane modifiers, and I was doing fine in the temple. In one of the harder runs we got, it was a little bit rippy because it was like it was anti regen plus multiple sources of gain damage, and some other crazy stuff. It was like literally the hardest temple he had seen. But even then, I was surviving in that one just fine. Can I ask if this build can do trials carry a full party? I don't think so. A full party? Like, the problem with Thorns is you have to take damage to deal damage. So, like, anytime you're in party play, you know, you have the monsters wanting to target your friends. So, like, you're not dealing damage as often as possible because sometimes the bosses or the enemies are off chasing your friends, right? So, Thorns in general just has never been good for party play because of, like, the AI of the enemies, right? Unless there's, like, a taunt skill that makes all enemies focused on you, that's always going to be kind of a downside for Thorns in party play, unfortunately. I mean, to an extent, it just depends on, like, how juiced the content. Like, are you asking if Thorns can handle the hardest 6-mod, fully juiced Waystones, difficult content with 6 people? Fuck no. Like, you're probably not going to have the best time with that. Can it carry through, like, easy Waystone 15s? Maybe, but, like, doesn't boss HP get insanely scaled with 6 people? I don't know what party play does to Trial Sycamus. Like, I've never done party play. I don't know what, like, how much life are the bosses getting in a Trial of Sycamus. Like, I don't do party play, so I don't know the dynamics of, like, how that scales Sycamus. Can this do Sycamus? Sure. Absolutely. Thorns is one of the best Trial of Sycamus builds, period. I know people, like, tend to think because you take damage and deal damage, you lose honor. There's lots of ways you can, like, get around that with block and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I've never done that kind of party play stuff before. For 6 people, a full party, like, are you doing Against the Darkness runs? Or is it just, like, normal, like, Ascendancy carries? You don't run out of honor in Sycamus? No. Blocking... If you block the attack, you lose 0 honor. So you just block. Can you block the tracks from Zexus? Yes. Not with Ray Shield, but like passive block can hit those.
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of?
Is this still viable on Smith? Yeah, for sure. But like, it's, well, I don't, like, is AFK Simulacrum viable on Smith? I don't know. Like, it's Thorns in general viable on Smith, yes. But are you going to be as good as this character on Smith? No. Shaman is the best for Thorns right now, in my opinion, by far. But Thorns Smith, Thorns Titan, Thorns Warbringer, they're all still, like, arguably as good, you know. You'd have no issue on any Thorns character if that was a warrior. Yeah, no problem. Smith's great. I got a Smith to like 84 before I swapped to the Shaman for Thorns. What's your rarity at the setup? I have no rarity. I think the only rarity I have is on my helmet. 10%. Yeah, you could run Charms. You would just give up a Spirit Gem. You give up like Magma Barrier. Well, I didn't put or Berserk. Like, you just give up a Spirit Gem. My setup right now is optimized to AFK Simulacrum 3. You do not have to do that. Like, this is like overkill for Simulacrum 3. I wanted as much Spirit Gems as possible. Like, again, the point is Simulacrum 3 AFK with this setup right here, so, like, if you drop, like, 2 of these Spirit Gems, you'd be fine, right? Like, this setup is just is just set up for doing this. Like, when I went out on this character, my goal was AFK Simulacrum 3, so. Have you tried Uber Arbiter yet? Yes. Uber Arbor is fine with Thorns. We've always been able to kill Uber Arbor with Thorns. He's easy. It just depends on which attack he opens with. I mean, if he does the double fireball attack, you one-shot him in phase 1. But if he doesn't do the double fireball attack, you know, it's a longer fight. It just depends on which... It's Thorns. Every fight is different depending on Thorns, so... Can you tank the fire orb drops? No. You have to dodge mechanics on Arbiter. Like, Thorns' biggest problem is it uses a level 16 shit helmet and a level 11 shit boots. You can only get so tanky when you're using 2 dead weight uniques that have no defenses on them at all. So it's impossible to get tanky to where you can live all the content as Thorns. Period. There's just no way you're doing it without a rare helmet and rare boots. I mean, I've made many Thorns feedback posts that, like, have solutions that address this stuff. Like, you can make these uniques accessible versus keystones. You can make the uniques level up. We've also proposed changes to uniques just to make them better scaled, but, yeah, it's a skill. It's a play style that you have to take damage to deal damage while wearing 2 low-level uniques. So, you know, that's what made Shaman level up Thorns so much. Is because its ascendancy adds such a defensive layer that we've never had before. You want them to remove rarity? Rarity feels so bad. I mean, they changed the numbers on rarities this patch. Rarity is not required on gear at all anymore. People need to stop overthinking rarity. I've been at 0% rarity all league, and I print currency. But they did say in 0.5 rarity is being removed from gear, so... But even in this patch, rarity is not a big deal at all. People super overthink rarity this patch. Which shrine would you take? I have no idea. There's one that gives you armor and guard, right? What's that one called? High is Rapid Shot still a viable build? Rapid Shot? No. Rapid Shot sucks. They ruined that build. When they added the heat change, the overheat change ruined Rapid Shot. I don't even know what admixture is, Tito. What is it a passive? Oh, support gem? Yeah, it'd be one of those, Rinfu. I haven't really looked too much at the expensive charms yet, so... I think 4 Utopia is the one I was talking about that gives you, like, armor when you're stunned or something. But I have a pretty high stun threshold, so I don't know how much it even brought. What pod is that? How you make your health like that when you get hit? It's from Aminamu's Tithe. Or not Aminamu's Tithe, that's the support gem. It's from the Undying Hate of Tribute to Aminu. It changes a nearby keystone to sacrifice a flesh. When I take damage from hits, 20% of that life slough is prevented, and then you recoup it. It just helps prevent one-shots. And then my Thorns Leech just out-heals the damage you were taking, so... Oh, that one. I've seen that one before. Yeah, I mean, Titan just outscales everything. Like, Titan's always been, like, the #1 ascendancy for Thorns for that reason, heal. Like, it's almost always a situation where once you're in late game on Thorns, you should swap Titan. Look how low I'm getting here with the reduced regen aura, and I'm still not dying. And the no mana. I cannot believe I didn't die in this corner here. I need to clip that for the video. That was as deadly as a spot as it could have been. We had the 50% reduced recovery and the mana drain, which was preventing me from taking damage from mana before live. That was like one of the best defensive showcases I've seen of this build. I should have not have... If there was chaos damage there, maybe it would have gotten me, but I think I might have been fine through chaos damage too.
I'll tie this up.
Believe me, you will fall in exile.
I mean, that's not exactly true, Heal Root. What PoE Ninja shows for effective hit pull and stuff isn't the full story at all. There's a lot of data that's just completely wrong, that it doesn't calculate. Like, the effective health pool doesn't take into its source reward, like, at all into its, like, calculations correctly. Like, you cannot just look at the effective health pool on PoE Ninja and just assume it's correct, because a lot of the datas and values are just not correct from the core of it. But I'm sure if you feels crafted it, Titan would feel better. But looking at PoE Ninja's effective health pool stuff is not, because I've had characters that have shown that effective health pool as like 10,000 before, and I've had them be like unkillable godlike characters.
Shall serve me whether you like it or not.
But Titan's better in a lot of other situations. Like, it's not just about the armor that, like, and all that stuff. Like, the small passives just help across the board. You have, like, increase the life leech amounts and stuff. Like, the increased armor applies to elemental. Like, the Titan is just... Hulking form is hulking form. So, hulking form just is, like, scaling across the board. It's just too good. It's just too good.
This is all we have.
Unless you're playing Shaman. Ooh. Oh, that's not that great. It was almost good. Might craft it later. I think there's more of an argument for Warbringer versus Titan than Smith versus Titan. Like, Smith is the comfy pick. Smith is where you want the cheap, smooth experience. But I think Warbringer is mathematically better than Smith. I think Warbringer, people don't understand how good Imploding Impacts is with the negative armor break. And I don't think people realize how good the 10% increased physical damage reduction from Jade, Jade Encasing is. Warbringer is, like, very close to Titan. Like, Smith is definitely the worst of the three. Warbringer's not just about the automated armor break, which definitely does help. But if you do a very high armor break, fire physical thorns build, your damage is comparable to what I'm doing now. You're just not as tanky. Where Titan is like, Titan gets high damage numbers while also scaling its tankiness, so hulking form plus its passive, so just good. Plus you just get extra armor and stuff, like. Hulking form be hulking form. I'm sorry, Stell. I just now saw your comment. Sometimes I go on rants and I miss stuff. I'm loving your supporting fire build right now, and it's hilariously awesome. I was looking at it and saw you were online, so I came to check out this new build of yours. Yeah, I'm just playing Thorns now. Supporting fire, stick with it. Stick with it, Stealth. Supporting fire is my favorite build of the league. Thorn is always a good time, but supporting fire, like, I very much liked it, man. Towards this build? Yeah, sure. There you go. It's not 100% updated. I'm going to be finishing it tonight with like the budget leveling stuff and like optimizing it more, but that's it for the most part. You made an Oracle variant of this build? Yeah, I made an Oracle and a Smith version this patch. Oracle sucks. Oracle's bait. The Ascendancy doesn't really apply much to the build. The life stacking shapeshift stuff isn't really worth it at all. You're better off playing shapeshift Thorns on a Titan. Absolutely. On a Shaman, absolutely. Oracle's just bait. It's Giga bait. They didn't really think it through at all. Or it's at least bait for this patch with the current items we have access to.
Let yourself be drawn into the mire.
Alright, I need to be right back real quick. You can get a lot of strength very early on. At level 20, you can wear Manganord's Girdle, Titan Rot, Black Sun Crest, and Astramentus to get a massive amount of strength. Despite only having 2 support gems, you are able to greatly increase our damage with stat stacking. Then, at level 25, you can add on the lineage support gem, Kurgul's Leech, which is only 1 Exalt. This gives your supporting fire Unholy Might basically permanently, and this is a very large DPS increase. Stat stacking when combined with this leads to one of the easiest campaign clears you will ever have. Strength stacking means your life will be incredibly high. Because you're using Astramentus and Black Sun Crest, your dex is also very high, leading to your AoE clearing very far off screen. For campaign, clear is so incredibly safe and easy. The boss kill time isn't the best, but you are so tanky and safe you should never die. Accidentally hit my headphone there and it started playing a YouTube video. That was one of my YouTube videos, actually. Just playing with the supporting fire and got to maps. Great fun. 8th character so far. I do love the Thorns playstyle. How is this one stacking up cost-wise? All of my cost is in this support gem, which is 100 divine. Like, there's other costs as well, but this is like, you do not need an insane investment. I'm talking like 30 to 40 divines to get this online, to where I am AFKing Simulacrum. You can get Thorns into like red maps on a very, very cheap budget, but to like AFK Simulacrum, you know, obviously if you're AFKing the hardest content in the game, it takes some investment, right? Would you be able to run the double Herald of Ice explosion? No. Heralds don't work with Thorns. Thorns are not an attack. Thorns are not an attack. They are only a hit. They are only a hit. So, Heralds work with attacks, they just do not work with Thorns. And we don't do enough attack damage to be worth using Heralds in any, like, way, shape, or form. Like, I'm only using, like, Rapid Assault and Rake. I need to make sure I put this in the guide, actually. But Rapid Assault and Rake level 3, level 5. Like, you keep the skills at the lowest level possible. Like, your weapon and your attacks are just the spoon that deliver thorns to the target. It doesn't matter if the spoon is made of wood or metal. The thorns gets delivered. But no, it's not an attack. And I think it shouldn't be. Thorns should not be an attack. It would be overpowered with heralds. And they would nerf it. They would absolutely nerf it.
You can't get rid of the exile.
Not bad at all. Yeah, I mean, this build's like definitely like not the best on a budget because you want a bunch of runes of tithing. Runes of tithing just do so much for the build. So, but I don't know what tithings are at right now, but they can't be too much. So. And to be fair, there probably aren't very many budget builds right now, like budget in quotation marks, like at this point in the league with how much inflation we've had, there's probably only a handful of builds that are like, you know, truly budget. I mean, you don't need a budget of 100 million divines for Thorns. You can get Thorns through red maps off of a few divines. The most expensive part about getting Thorns online is the tithings. Brass Dome, you can get a budget one for cheap with 2 sockets. Crown of the Pale King and Briar Patch, you don't have to get perfect rolls on them. Those are like Exalt pieces. It's expensive when you're trying to AFK Simulacrum, though. But getting to red maps, Thorns is very budget, right? Especially on League Start, because on League Start you're not expecting to use tithings, right? Runes of tithings don't become a thing until like halfway through day 1, maybe day 2. It does stack with Molten Being. Yeah, I got 10% for fire right now, that's why I went Molten Being. Yep. I use Brass Dome for almost all my builds now. Yeah, it's great. I got Miso on the Brass Dome train. I mean, compared to the inflation right now, 10 divines is not, like, a lot. And you don't have to level with tithings. Tithings just make the process, like, you know, twink leveling. But if you use just Gravage Plating while leveling, you're fine. You just gotta wait till level 30-ish before you start playing Thorns. Need to go look at the tithing price right now. You took a 2-week break and lag carries are 4 divs? I mean, doesn't surprise me. I was doing temple runs last night, and in the 2 hours I was in temples with proper panda, we got like a headhunter, a vertex, like hundreds of divines. Like, it's just, yeah, of course, crazy. Yeah, I need to go look through my Warbringer guide and my old Thorns guides and just like bring over a lot of that information. But yes, if you're leveling, especially, and I'm gonna try and set up the mobalytics because I'm gonna set it up because like it's probably going live tomorrow, which is the day before the private league, the video guide. So it needs to be set up in a way that's like, by the way, if you're gonna try this in the upcoming private league, you need to be mindful that like if you like, you know, in a league start scenario, the leech is weaker. You don't want to start playing Thorns until probably Act 3 because of like the support gem problem, yada yada yada. Standard league start stuff, but yes. The fact that I leveled so fast this character in like 2 days was because it was twinked. Twinked out of its mind. It's okay, Miller. I've done Tactician Thorns before. That stuff definitely helps. Tactician Thorns is definitely like one of the better ascendancies, for sure. Damn, we have just been like tink dry. Where are all the tinks? Last 2 runs were wet noodles. What are you farming? It's called Simulacrum. We're just after all the little delirium things. Like liquid isolations, we've gotten 5 today. These sell for 5 to 6 divines each. Let me see. Divine, maybe they're 4 divine. Isolation. So they're 5 divine each. I've gotten 5 so far, so there's 25 divines. You know, all these other ones sell well to an extent. And then we've got the megalomaniacs that drop off the boss. I just got these 2. I got this one listed for 25 divine. Got this one listed for 15. How much are tithings? Let's see how much tithings are. Oof, 105 exalts per. So was that like 3 divine, or divine for 3 of them? That's pretty expensive. When I bought them the other day, when I started this character, I think they were like 24 to 30 exalts each. So if you're planning on leveling a Thorns character, and you want to level with tithings, you might want to buy them before I post the video, but can't promise it like won't actually go down too, so. Really, Tactician Thorn? Yeah, Tactician is good. The Ascendancy passive that makes you have better spirit reservation is nice for Thorns. Just get you more spirit gems, the armor, and the EV stuff isn't bad either. But I would not put it up there with the same tier as like Titan and Shaman and stuff, but it's like maybe an A+. It's just Ninja Rin. No PoE Ninja. Just Ninja. And then I have a Mobalytics too. Yeah, I mean, tithings, they are normally cheap. On League Start, tithings are cheap. Runes of Tithing, they only drop from one of these special maps, and people are usually doing them a lot early on, but when you get later into the league, people stop running those special maps. You usually run those special maps because you have to run one of every special map to get Atlas points, right? But this late in the league, who's running the special map that drops Runes of Tithing? Especially with Temple being so popular. So as we get deeper and deeper into the league, you know, people aren't farming tithings, and then we just, you know, they just go up in price. It happened in 0.3, and it's going to happen in 0.4. It's happening in 0.4, and they'll continue to happen because, yeah, they are a very limited supply item. Start of the league, they'll always be cheap as fuck, though. And yeah, that's also a great tip, Crazy. I'm actually going to screenshot that and make sure I hopefully I remember to cover it in the video. That is a great tip. You might be able to find Thorns gear with tithings already in them. Which actually did happen with my Brass Dome I bought with the Thorns enchant. It had 3 tithings in it, so. Have they reverted the Thorn skin stacking change? No, they won't. That needed to change. The Thorn skin stacking was stupid. You can still Thorn skin stack, kind of. You can Thorn skin stack Thorn skin 1 and 2. But, you can't stack infinite of them anymore. Which I'm glad they changed. It just forced Thorns players to spirit stack like crazy, and it made it, like, very boring to make builds around. I mean, it's okay, Miller, but it's not great, you know. It's like, you know, you're better off armor life stacking with Thorns always. You bought like 40 tithings in the first week? Yeah, and they're super cheap. They're just super cheap, like, because everyone is doing the special maps because they need to complete them for their Atlas passes. And then there's just a lot more people mapping earlier on in the league anyways. Now everyone's in Temple, so they're just going to go up and up in price. Hopefully we get more types of Thorns runes over time, though, so that tithing aren't the only option for Thorns runes. Sometimes I get the silliest ass YouTube comments. Alright. This is such a chill streaming build. I need to play this kind of build more often on stream. I just talk to you guys and don't do anything. Is this why people do reaction content? I don't have any chat commands for the private league, Havoc. If you look at the pins in the YouTube chat, you can see it there. I'll just link it to you as well. If you have any questions, ask me about it, but I don't have any chat commands about it yet. This build could be a league starter or low budget. Yeah, it's league started. Okay, sorry. It's league starter if you're willing to trade. It is very dependent on trading for Thorns gear. But I have league started Thorns before. It's just trade dependent. It's just trade dependent. You're required to get these uniques and then gear with Thorns damage on it, so you're expected to trade for Thorns, but you can absolutely. How do I know when I'm invited? All you gotta do is sign up, and then at some point you'll be approved. There's a lot of people signing up, and it gets full sometimes, but they're constantly increasing the cap, so you'll at some point be in. When you're at your character select screen, you will see it down here in the bottom right that you can, like, it'll pop up down here. Have you changed anything since you started? What do you mean? Like, change anything on the build since I started streaming today? Compared to, like, what the mobile leaks is currently at Anomaly? Yeah, this is my first private league, too, so I'm new. They've got a server Discord. There's a bunch of challenges and stuff that, like, the first person to kill Arbiter naked or something gets, like, 30 bucks or something. So it's fun. It's just a community-made wipe, and then it's being hosted by Mobalytics and some content creators, so they put prizes and stuff on it. So it's just going to be really fun and silly time. Have you changed any things? Yeah, no Anomaly. This is like, I've just been AFK simulacruming. This should be exactly how it's set up in the Mobalytics. Nothing has changed. The private league is constantly full, yeah, but they're constantly, like, adding more slots. There are people who are donating to increase it, and then Mobalytics is increasing it whenever it gets, like, super full. And they've also sent a email to GGG. GGG gave us 2,000, them 2,000 free slots, and they've asked for more today. So they just gave 10,000 slots to the Pox League, so maybe we can get more in this league as well. But yeah, they're just constantly trying to make it bigger. Oops. Is at 9,500 right now? That's crazy. It was at like 2,000 like a day or two ago, and it's just exploded in size. I didn't think it would get this big yet. And then tomorrow on the podcast, we're doing a podcast. Like, if you don't know, I do a podcast with Dead Rabbit and Miso Shiro. We do a weekly podcast called the Path to Exile podcast. How many times can I say podcast? Podcast. We're doing that tomorrow morning, so we'll be plugging the private league on the pod. And then Talkative Try, his podcast of Lockahol, Dreamcore, and Sir Gog, they are doing another podcast the morning of the private league. So both of those podcasts promoting it should get it more signups as well. So it'll be very active. There'll be a lot of people in it trading. You know, it'll probably, like, you know, taper off at some point, but, you know, that's how our private leagues go. What's your league start plan? I have no idea. Right now, I'm thinking like a Spark Witch Hunter for Culling Strike. Do some weird-ass caster Culling Strike Witch Hunter build, but who fucking knows, man? Who knows? I might do something weird. I might do something I've done before just because I know it's going to be a limited economy, so I might need to do something safer. Everyone keeps saying private leagues are basically solo self-found with minor trades, so maybe I need to do like a safer, non-trade heavy build. But I have no idea. Well, I already have the Mobalytics up. It's just missing a video guide. But the Mobalytics is already done. And it's like 95% done. Like, what changes in it will be like passive tree positioning on maybe one of them. And then I'm going to add like a budget leveling guide. But like, the Mobalytics is mostly done already, so. If you're leveling it with like twink gear and you're like want to level with tithings and stuff, it's done. You can just follow it now. Supporting fire seems unplayable to start for this. It would definitely be really hard. You have to stat for it. Yeah. I've been telling anyone that wants to the league start the supporting fire tactician for the private league that, you know, just be careful that, like, it's very gear dependent, and Yeah. So it's almost like it's a better thing to just play in the normal league, right? It's like kind of risky to, like, because if it was safer to league start for the private league, I would 100% be playing it for the private league. But I just don't know how hard it's, like, a lot of the reason why it works in the campaign is because you're stat stacking so early on. It scales massively off of strength. And I leveled with Astromentis. Astromentis is what, tier 0 or tier 1? So you're not going to be leveling with that. Unless you, like, started on, like, day 2 or 3. So... But that doesn't mean it can't be leveled with. It would just be slower than how I did it. It doesn't mean you can't stat stack. I'm sure you can find, like, a bunch of stat stacking gear, but you wouldn't have, like, you know, the 100 plus the all attributes that Astromentis gives, the plus to strength that Titan Rot... I mean, maybe you could get Titan Rot early. I don't know. A lot of the uniques for it are nice and early to get. You just have to trade for them. It just depends on how lucky you get. How much minus res is acceptable on Brass Dome? I mean, 1 or 2. I wouldn't do any worse than that. I mean, you ideally want to get -1, but I would not do anything worse than -2. Speed Titan here? Go fast? Hell yeah. What were you going to play on the Titan, Cosmic? Did I already finish the Wave 15? That's how brain off this is. Like, I'm not even realizing we're done with it. What time is it? 12:30? Okay, I can do one more. And then I need to go take care of lunch and take up errands. I might do another stream later tonight. This is feeling like a 2-stream day. But we can do one more. Simulacrum. For show. Oh, yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Peak gameplay right here. But yeah, it's like, a lot of my builds are not viable for league starts. They are not viable for solo self-found environments. I'm a very trade-heavy player. I like doing weird shit, and weird shit usually requires gear to make work. That's the off-meta curse I've learned. Alright. It's so funny. I'm like actually like walking around my bedroom while farming this, like getting ready to go out and putting clothes on and shit. The true AFK build. I mean, so this game, like, you kind of print currency while playing right now, Rin. So, like, if you bought the cheap one and you just farm maps, like, Simulacrum 3 is almost at 3 divines per run right now. That's 150 splinters is 3 divines. So, like, if you bought yourself the budget one, like, you don't have to go straight from, like, you know, leveling to AFK Simulacrum. If you had the budget Brass Dome, you would be fine. Like, Thorns is able to clear through Waystone 15s on the cheapest budgets. It's just whenever you want to start doing the pinnacle content, you have to start investing in the high quality gear. But if you're not doing max boss Atlas passive juiced Waystone 15s, you will be fine with the one with 300 less armor. You will be fine. But you would just start with the cheap one. You would farm maps for a day or two, you know, sell some splinters, get some currency, and then you would replace it. But yeah, you don't need the... Just to get online. Yeah, if you want to get to what you're doing right here, AFK Simulacrum, anytime you're AFKing this content right here, it's going to be more than likely an expensive build to set up. But Thorns for 99% of the journey does not require, you know, an arm and a leg investment. Just an arm. Just an arm. Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back. Next wave. Next wave. Do we use any lineage gems? I mean, you do, but they're not needed. I've got Rigwald's Ferocity and Rapid Assault. I've got Uruk's Smelting and Iron Ward. And then in Scavenge Plating, I've got Uhtred's Omen, the 100 Divine one. And then Delia's Desire, which is like 20-something Divine. But you literally do not need a single one of them. And then, yeah, once you, like, go watch Prada's, like, base crafting video, I print divine farming bases. Like, if I needed currency badly, I would just do, like, an hour or two of mapping and then just craft on bases. I do that all the time, Phasa. You turn them off, right, because you get annoyed by them dying in the hideout, right? And then you turn them back on when you're playing. I do that, too, and I forget all the time. They need to disable that stuff in hideouts. They really do. I do that all the time. Is this doable on other ascendancies? I really don't like the druids, haha. Yeah, you can play Thorns on every ascendancy. But you're not like, okay, like, it would be a lot more investment to get this character as tanky as it is on like other ascendancies, but you could do this on a Titan for sure. Smith the Katava. I don't know if you're full AFKing Simulacrum 3 on a non-shaman. But every ascendancy can play Thorns. That's fine. That's more than enough, Rin. That's more than enough. That is a great brass dome. Is the 3 sockets, is that 3,500 armor with 3 empty sockets? Or 3,500 armor with 3 armor sockets? If that's 3,500 armor, 3.5k armor with 3 empty sockets, you can keep that forever for sure. Yeah, I'm not using Uhtred Augury. I'm using the cheap Uhtred's. I'm using the 100 Divine one. I should be using the 350 Divine one, but obviously it's 350 Divine. I am not using Augury, though. I'm using Omen. Uhtred's Omen. I got the cheaper one. It's 100 Divine. Which does help with the damage for sure, but it's like minor damage. Yeah, if that's 3 empty sockets, that's a... I mean, compared to mine, Rin. you're literally, like, the difference between mine and yours is mine's -1 all res, like, so. And 2% Thorns damage, so yours is good. Yours is good. How does this work on Uber Arbiter? It's not like... It can tank almost every Uber one-shot in the game, but you're not like gonna tank Arbiter meteors and stuff. Like, you know... I've killed all the Ubers, though. Like, they've all died. I can tank everything, but there's, like... There are certain attacks that you can't live through, you know? I don't craft at all, Rin. I didn't craft the spear. I bought it off a trade. But spear would be the only self-craft piece that you would really care about. I guess the amulet too, because you can get +1 level to all skills. But that is like overkill. You don't need the +1 level to all skills. In fact, you probably want one with just like more defenses and stuff, but... Adaptation. The adaptation ascendancy is just busted. Like, everyone in the game is using it for a reason. I think Shaman is like one of the most played hardcore classes. Let me check PoE2 Ninja. PoE2 Ninja. Hardcore Fate of the Vow. Hey, suffering. Yeah, Shaman's the 4th most played ascendancy right now. Like, it's just so tanky. What was the total cost of your build? Maybe 150 divine. Most of that in Uhtred's. Are we not able to run Headhunter? I mean, you could, but you wouldn't want to. You get Thorns damage from belts. And you get a lot of defenses from belts. Headhunter's trash. You don't want to run Headhunter. You want to try and live, not die. I mean, everything about Shaman is busted for Thorns. The entire ascendancy is... Every single point is not insane. Well, that's like 150 divine, Bobby, to get to where I'm at right now, to AFK Simulacrum, which, like, of course, that's not too expensive for, like, an AFK Simulacrum build, but to get Thorns online... Especially for like a twink leveling setup, like 10 to 15 divine. So very easy to get going, and then, you know, I'm not using like I could be using Uhtred's Augury, which would let me use physical mastery here, and that would get my scavenge plating to 30, but that's clearly overkill. And even without Uhtred's Omen, like back-to-back sufferings, nice. It's not required at all. The damage gain you get from boosting scavenge plating this high is very minuscule. You really don't get that big of a damage increase, so... Most of what my investment has been into is Uhtred's Omen and Delia's Desire, and, like... Everything else is just, like, gear scaling. It's really just gear and level scaling. You don't want to run Headhunter. Like, I don't know why you would want to force Headhunter in a build where you have to take damage to deal damage. I've already explained that you can't survive one-shots as is. There's certain things that kill you, and then you want to get rid of your defensive belt for Headhunter. Like, if you want to play Headhunter, go for it. You're going to die more. For, like, almost no benefit. Most of what Headhunter gives you does not buff Thorns. It's a style where you have to take damage to deal damage. So you're going to get the Headhunter buffs, and then you're going to stand there waiting for people to hit you. You know, it's, You're forcing Headhunter in a build that it shouldn't be forced into. Can you do it? For sure, but it would not lead to the results you would hope for. And it would just lead to you dying a lot more. Because Headhunter's already kind of rippy, right? When it teleports you into shit you don't want to, and then you're going to give up the defenses of your belt. Like, it's too much. Hey, what's up, Rusty? What's up, Lockland? What does the lineage for Headhunter do, Rin? Like, isn't it based off of killing blows with the skill or something? I don't think it works with Thorns. Thorns gets the killing blow, not the support gem or whatever. Like, Thorns is very weird in its interactions, so I don't know if I've tested the Headhunter support gem. I would assume it would not work out well, though, based off of, like, how most Thorns support gem interactions work. Are you joining Dead Rabbits Private League? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I don't know what I'm playing yet, though. But I will be playing the Private League. Well, what's it called, Rin? What's it even called? Will you video showcase a map clear? Yeah, for sure. I'll showcase all content in the video. What is the support gem even called? Oh, is it Einhar's? How much is it? I have no idea if that would, like, what interaction that would even do. For Thorns, it probably just straight up doesn't work. It can't even go in most skills. I can't put that in a Wind Dancer. I was going to put it in a Wind Dancer. I'll put it in rapid attacks to see if it ever steals at all, but Thorns is what does the killing, and Thorns isn't a part of the skill's attack, so it won't work, is my assumption. Just like 99% of the stuff we try like this. Can you replace Blaststone with a well-rolled rare chest? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Like, Brass Dome is awesome because of how much flat armor it gets. I don't know how high rare chests can get, but I know they don't get to 3,500, right? So, like, the amount of flat armor you get from this is just so much. And because we run this passive right here, you gain physical Thorns damage based off 10% of your body armor. And there's a Heart of the Well that gives this modifier as well. You usually just get a lot of flat Thorns just from running Brass Dome. Plus you get a fuckload of armor. Plus you get take no extra damage from critical hits. It would have to be like a fucking perfect rolled rare chest that you would build your entire build around. But I think you just run Brass Dome no matter what. Like, just because the no extra damage from critical hits alone is just such a defensive level up. Yeah, it's not working. Because the way it works is I have to get a killing blow from supported strike skills, and Rapid Assault's not what's getting the killing blow. Thorns is. Like, this is why none of this stuff works for Thorns, is because Barbs and Quill Burst are what's getting the kill. It's not Rapid Assault, so these things just never work, unfortunately. Hi, did you try Spell Totems? I have not, Garcia. How you doing, man? I have not tried Spell Totems. Nope. Spell Totems, they looked interesting, but I haven't gotten an idea for a build I would want to do with them. It seems pretty straightforward, because you can only put channel skills in it or whatever, right? So, Or I would only want to put channel skills in it, so it was like maybe Bone Storm or Flame Blast. But yeah, rage stacking is not good for Thorns. The only reason I do rage stacking is because of this node here. It gets you more armor, and even then it's not worth it, but rage stacking doesn't impact Thorns at all.
This is only the beginning.
Can you please showcase us in Juicy Map and Bosses, please? So tomorrow I'm going to have a full video guide, and the video guide will showcase all content. This is probably my last one of these, though. I need to go get lunch, and I have to go run some errands, so I'm about to end the stream. Does Rage support supporting fire? No. We tried Rage stacking with it. It wasn't worth it. There were some, like, niche setups, and, like, the damage, like, was never worth it. Like, sorry, let me rephrase. It did work. It didn't work well enough that it was worth doing, because you have the, Rage minion node right here. And I was trying to do a lot of Rage stacking, builds for supporting fire, and it just never was worth it for the amount of investment you were getting, ever. You were always better off tribute stacking or minion stuff. The rage was just not worth it. For the supporting fire tactician. But for Thorns, rage just doesn't, like, Thorns isn't an attack. Thorns is Thorns. It's a hit. It scales off of, like, flat physical damage, flat lightning damage, and, like, stuff that impacts hits. I'm sorry, Joe. This was supposed to be a longer stream, but something... I gotta go take care of errands and do lunch, but I think I'll be streaming later tonight, and then I'll be streaming tomorrow before the podcast, and then I'll be streaming for the private league as well. I have no idea what's even in the Warbringer Thorns guy, Goomba. Tonight, I am finishing the mobalytics for the Shaman, and then I'm going to go through every one of my old Thorns builds and update them for 0.5, so... I honestly can't even remember what's even in the fucking Warbringer Thorns guide at this point, because so much changes from patch to patch. Check it tomorrow. Just, like, give it a refresh tomorrow, and then whatever things are, like, confusing or wrong should be answered by then. I'm going to be going through all of my Thorns guides and just giving them the polish update for this patch. But yeah, like, whenever Mobalytics changes, like, the data or the names of stuff, sometimes it breaks the old guides. I have no idea what would have been in Magma Barrier back then. We don't really use Magma Barrier much anymore. Magma Barrier is just for, like, block now. So...
Are you trying to cleanse yourself of
Right, but, like, okay, so people, like, get the wrong thought process about Thorns. Anytime I see people, like, coming up with ideas for Thorns, it's always like, well, you could go Oracle for the crit stuff, or you can go these Rage Bleed stuff, or you go, like, a Bleed build on Ritualist and stuff, and, like, Thorns' problem is not its damage. And a lot of people are oftentimes trying to solve its damage by, like, going Bleed, or going, like, weird crit stuff. Thorns does not have a damage problem. We've had Thorns damage solved for a while. It does good damage depending on the boss fight, period. Thorns' biggest problem has always been its defenses. You should never be, like, looking at a Thorns, like, character and be like, I want to go Ritualist because it does bleed stuff. You should be looking at your Thorns Ascendancy purely from a defensive point of view. Thorns has damage. When you get a level 20 Scavenge Plating with Runes of Tithing and Thorns gear in endgame, you will have damage for all content with no investment. The problem with Thorns is this is a game with one-shots. And it's a playstyle where you have to take damage to deal damage. The game isn't designed for you to play it, Thorns. It's trying to kill you. So when you're asking yourself, should I do this for Thorns? Should I do this for Thorns? Should I do this for Thorns? If it's a thing that's giving you more damage, you're more than likely giving up defenses to get that extra damage, right? So, do all these things work? Poison Thorns? Yes. Bleed Thorns? Yes. Rage stacking Thorns? Not really, but there's ways you can jank it to an extent. But that's not Thorns' problem. Like, we don't need more Thorns damage. We need to make it to where we can survive one-shots. So, it's always like, why is Shaman good? It makes us survive one-shots. Why is Titan good? It makes us survive one-shots. Why is Warbringer good? Why is Smith of Katava good? It makes us survive one-shots. Why is Witch Hunter good for Thorns this patch? Because Sorcery Ward kind of helps with one-shots, but not at all. Not completely. So, like, the infinite crit stuff for Thorns and shit, like, that doesn't matter at all. Like, the crit stuff for Thorns doesn't matter. What I would be looking at for Oracle, would be the defensive options it gives. What does Oracle's defensive passives get me? What does the damage taken from Mana Before Life give me? Like, those are the questions that you should be asking when going these Ascendancies. You know, Pathfinder gives global defenses, right? Like, that's great. Like... But the rest of the Ascendancy, what does it give you for Thorns, right? Like, not much. It can start in a good area now, but it gives you a handful more passive points. But when you're comparing it to adaptations, bonded runes, and 120 more spirit, like, every single Ascendancy point is massive for Thorns and Shaman. What comes close to it? 120 spirit isn't just more damage for Thornskin, it's more support gems for defenses. What are bonded runes? Bonded runes are just straight up more damage. Just straight up more damage. And then adaptation is one of the adaptation stuff from Reactive Growth and Avatar of Evolution is the best defensive layer, or one of the best defensive layers from Ascendancy points in the game. So like everything from Shaman is massive for Thorns. Whereas, like, all these other Ascendancies, usually, like, 2 of the Ascendancy points are good, and then the other 2 are, like, mid or whatever. Like, Oracle is, like, or, excuse me, Pathfinder is a perfect example of that. Part of Pathfinder is great, but the rest is ass, right? So, it's just tough. But again, I promise you, you can make any Thorns build work to, like, red maps. But if you're talking about, like, setting up something like this, AFK Simulacrum, where you're doing with 50% recovery mods, like this guy right here, I can't heal over 50%. With this much elemental damage I'm taking and stuff, like, it's hard to do this right here on anything that's not a Shaman. I'm not saying it's impossible, but... Could you get this tanky on a Titan and Smith? Yes. Is Titan and Smith going to have then this much damage? No. Shaman is like double dipping on the fact that its Ascendancy scales are damage and its scales are defensives for Thorns. So it's just like, Shaman's so freaking good, man. It's the best Thorns Ascendancy. Is there going to be a build guide for this one? Yes. You can already find it on Mobalytics. And the video guide will be out tomorrow. It's okay, Omega Cybers, but, like, Oracle's not great for Thorns. Like, we don't need the crit stuff. It's so easy to already hit. I'm at 100% critical hit chance. Like, you know, the Oracle stuff is okay. Like, look, another, double bosses. Double bosses in the middle of a regen aura. I'm not pushing any buttons. And we are surviving. Like... That's Shaman. This is like my 4th patch of playing Thorns. Like, other Thorns characters weren't able to just live this brain off. Before Simulacrum 3, to survive it, you had to be tacking at all times to do as much damage as possible to keep up with the leech, but... yeah. Is Fallen good for Thorns build? Not really. You want... like, cast on block's useless for Thorns. You want a high armor with high Thorns damage. Like, you want a rare shield for Thorns. And there's really nothing you'd get cast on block for. If I were to start off playing one build the whole season, what would you recommend? I mean, I'm like the worst person for that because I played dumb builds. I don't know, my Whirling Assault Cyclone, my Whirling Assault Witch Hunter was a, like, everyone that's played that says they've had a blast on it, so... Can't survive 6-room temple? I mean, I was doing okay last night in a 57-room temple. Once we got past those crazy mods. Sup, Panda? Most of the times I died after that first temple was just to me not paying attention or to the lag caused by your build. But I thought I was doing fine in the temple last night. I mean, yeah, that problem always exists, Boob. Is like... That problem is never going away with Thorns, right? It's just... yeah, agreed. No, the reason why I did not league start Thorns, and the reason why I'm on my 8th character before I played the Thorns guy. Like, there are a lot of friction points with Thorns. Like, there's just certain enemy types that don't trigger Thorns, but that's also why I set this up to be an AFK Simulacrum build. Because anything in Simulacrum it can handle, so... but yes, Thorns is not like... if you're playing Thorns, it's because you love the archetype. Period. It's not a bad build. It can clear the game, but in terms of, like, the quality that you expect of a PoE 2 build, being able to handle all content, clear fast, yada yada yada, high rarity, Thorns ain't it. Thorns ain't it. Alright, guys, that was a nice little 4-hour stream there, but I gotta go take care of some errands, get lunch and stuff. Read what I said about Infinite Block. Where do you say Infinite Block? There's a strange interaction with the amulet that makes you cast a lightning bolt on crit. Yeah, I know that amulet. That amulet doesn't work with Thorns, though. Interesting. So you do Acquire of Storms. I mean, that's cool. But yeah, if you're talking about Acquire of Storms, it doesn't work with Thorns, so... you would be able to do a block build with that, like you're saying, but it wouldn't work with Thorns as well. I'll screenshot it, though, and I'll test the interaction later, just to make sure it doesn't work with Thorns, but every time we try Acquire Thorns, it doesn't work. Just the interaction just straight up doesn't work. But yeah, if you guys want to follow the Thorns build, the Mobalytics is done. I'll have the video guide hopefully out tomorrow. I do not know what I'll be playing in the private league, but make sure you guys come hang out while we play it. I might be live later tonight. If you guys aren't in the Thorns Discord, come join the Thorns Discord if you want to ask me questions or just like tell me your ideas. Like, the Thorns Discord is not just the Thorns Discord, it's like a creative build Discord. There are a lot of off-meta creators in there. We have an entire section of the Discord dedicated to just off-meta builds and stuff. There's always people saying, yeah, there's a bunch of people in the Thorns Discord hanging out and stuff. Is Briar Patch an option? If you're talking about the Spirit Gem, no, it sucks. Oh, it just gives you the infinite block to prevent you from hitting stun threshold. I mean, that's cool. That definitely is pretty cool. That is definitely an interesting glitch. I don't know if I would do that with Thorns, though. I feel like you would maybe do that with, like, Resonating Shield and Resolute Technique. Not Resolute Technique, the new support gem that does a Reflect skill. There's definitely something there. There's definitely something there. I'll look at the Discord. I like off-meta builds. Yeah, join it. I think I have a chat command for the Thorns Discord. I don't remember. I might not. I do. Yes, you guys can join the Thorns Discord. Feel free to ask questions in there. There's a bunch of people in there that are a lot smarter and a lot better build makers than me, like Proper Panda, Crazy. You know, just half the Thorns creators in there are, you know, they're good people. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream there. Let me see if any of the homies are streaming for a raid on Twitch. I thought about raiding Tuna. That would have been funny. Hey, Arrow's live. We'll go host Arrow. But yeah, that's it for me for today, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I might be live later tonight. If not tonight, I will definitely be live tomorrow. But yeah, cheers, guys. See ya.